Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the September 9th meeting of the State Board of Education. We're glad that you're joining us this morning. We have a few members that are joining us by Zoom. I want to welcome them also. And then I have a couple of members that will be here in just a few minutes. Whenever I was teaching that first week after Labor Day, it always seemed like we got into a routine, things settled down, and things were going smoothly. And so as we have our moment of silence, I know with the things going on in districts this year, it may not come quite as quickly as what it has in past years. So let's think of good thoughts, and if you pray, but just think about those that are in the districts at this morning and what we can do to help them. Let's remember why we're here today. We're here for the students, we're here for the teachers and the educators across our state. So let's remember them this morning. Join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. All right. We have a great recognition this morning. This is exciting. We have an FCC LA National Officer, Mr. White.
Good morning. Ross Watt, Director for the Division of Career and Technical Education. They're coming in. He has quite a crew. So I'll start reading the information about Christian. And so we have Christian Osorio, who is a senior this year at the academies at Jonesboro High School in Jonesboro, Arkansas. So Christian, come on up. The whole crew can come on up. And so we're excited to recognize Christian today. This summer he had the opportunity to run for a national position with FCCLA, or the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. We just call it FCCLA. Within their national officer team, and so Christian was selected or elected to be one of their 10 national officers. So he's the vice president of programs, and so that's a great honor. We look at FCCLA has more than 180,000 members across the U.S., and so we consider that a great honor that we have one from the state of Arkansas leading that team. And so we wanted to recognize Christian today. We also have Miss Edmonds right here. She also kind of serves in that role as his advisor. That puts her in a position with this as well, as he serves as that national officer. And so he has a whole team here. I have our FCC, or our Family and Consumer Science staff here today as well from our office, just to recognize him. And so we're going to let Christian bring you all greetings and ask him any questions that you may have.
All right.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
My
morning.
name is Christian Osorio, and it's an honor to be here in front of the Board of Education. I'm excited to be in front of everybody who is, impactful in my education and everybody else's. And I just want to say thank you for everything what everybody has done. I mean, you guys truly have an impact on everybody. So a little bit of information about myself. I'm currently 17. I attend the academies at Jonesboro High School, and I'm a senior. It's my final year of high school, so it's that time of choosing which colleges I want to visit and where I want to commit. And it's interesting. Managing that with FCCLA has been a piece of cake. Our main focus is the family. So I've been using a lot of planners, and I did not believe they were that useful, but Lord, they are my favorite thing right now. So if anybody has any questions, I'll gladly answer them.
We just want to offer our congratulations to you. This is a huge deal for you and for our state, and so we want to offer our congratulations, and we know that you're going to represent us and do a great job.
Thank you so much.
Ross, I know that it's a rare occasion sometimes for some of our team members to get to be here in front of the state board. Could you introduce the district folks as well as the division folks that you have with you today?
So we'll start with the division.
Come to the microphone, and we'll get them to.
So we'll start with the division. So we have Ms. Janet Perkins. So she is our program coordinator for Family and Consumer Science Education. We have Jessica Thomas, who is one of our program advisors for Family Consumer Science Education, and then Miss Bethany Leonard, who is our newest addition. She's been with us for about 2 weeks, that are from our Family Consumer Science. And then we also have Sherry, and so Sherry is their administrative assistant that keeps them afloat and I think keeps them operating on a daily basis in the Family Consumer Science realm. And so I'll let Ms. Edmonds introduce those that are coming from the Jonesboro School District.
Okay, this is Kevin Ryan. He is my administrator from Annie Kemp Junior High School, and he's been a blessing and instrumental in Christian's life because I had knee surgery when Christian was a 10th grader as a state officer, and Kevin Ryan took him to Anaheim, California for me as a representative of FCCLA. So I'm very thankful to have an administrator who sees the well-being of CTE programs. This is his sister, with his Aunt Anna, and my biggest supporter in the back is my husband, Mr. Edmonds. So,
We're glad that you're all here. And Ms. Edmonds, I think that you're going to have a pretty big role in this also as far as support at the national level. So congratulations to you also.
thank you.
We're very proud of you all. Pictures? Okay.
Sure, yeah, do pictures, right?
Oh.
That's always exciting when you can recognize students for going above and beyond and doing something outstanding. So we're very proud of Christian and wish him all the best. I want to take a couple of minutes now to recognize someone that we have been looking for a while. We have a new board member this morning, Mr. Randy Henderson. He's from Blytheville. He has a lot of experience in education and in leadership, and he's currently employed with Nucor Steel, but we are looking forward to your input on the board and all of your great wisdom that you bring to us, and we just want to welcome you and say thank you for agreeing to be a part of our team.
Thank you, it's a pleasure. So I'm looking forward to working with the team as well. Thank you.
We're very glad that you're here.
And Ms. Newton, the first thing we need to do is make sure that somebody on our team gets him the acronym translator. I'm sure you have acronyms at Nucor. You haven't seen anything yet, so.
That's the truth.
Yeah, and we started off with one this morning, FCCLA. Okay. All right, so we just want you to feel free to ask questions. There are no wrong questions. So we have all been in your seat before, and that's the way that we learn, is we learn from one another. So feel free to ask questions at any time. They're always welcome, because things that you have questions about, there are probably people out in the audience and people that are listening that have the same questions that you do. So feel free, because it adds to our discussion.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay. We'll move on then to the consent agenda. In I think this is the first time since I have been on the board, and somebody may correct me, in a long, long time, there are no PLSB cases on here. And so that was a refreshing change. I see Miss Douglas back there. Yeah. So I was excited about that. I hope that's a sign of things to come in our state. So that was exciting. I do know that we have a couple of things that have already been brought up that we want to address on the consent agenda. One was on the minutes, and the other one was the ALP report. Does anyone else have anything that we want to discuss? Okay. Ms. McFetridge, on the minutes. I need to take this off, I guess.
Yes, ma'am. I noticed that the board member names were not present, were not listed on the August 12th minutes, and also there are no minutes for the August 13th meeting.
Okay, all right. So, Ms. Kincaid, I'm sure she's listening. Can you take care of that, the listing of the board members that were present at the last meeting, and then getting us a draft minutes for the August 13th meeting?
We can get those, see if we can get those done later today, and then bring them back for your consideration.
Okay. All right. And then, Ms. Saraceni, would you mind coming? I know on the ALP, we had a lot of special ed this time, in starting in a special ed classroom at the beginning of the year in the middle of a pandemic. With so many, what supports are those teachers getting as they begin?
Carly Saraceni, Assistant Commissioner, Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me just kind of go over how our numbers. ALPs for this month was 314, and ALPs are the additional licensure plans. You must already have a license. You're teaching out of your field. Okay, so those are our ALPs. This time last year we had 213, so those are up about 100. Okay, and so I'll just start with ALPs first, and then do long-term subs, and then emergency teaching permits. So of those ALPs, 141 are special ed. We have, of those 141 that are special ed, we have 116 that are K-12 self-contained special ed. Okay, that's where you have them all day long. It's not a resource class, and you have to have that K-12 license for special ed. And then for resource classes in elementary, we have 9, and then resource at the high school, we have 2 in language arts, 4 in math, and 1 in science, and 3 for visual. You know, those are students who may need bigger print for the visually impaired. Okay, and then we have 6 for the birth decay integrated special ed, because now after, it's not this session but last, we had that law come out that we do have to provide services for pre-K, and so that's where we need more special ed in pre-K as well. But we hope that a lot of people that are on these ALPs are in our academies that we're using our ESSER funds for, and so we hope that that's why that number's up. I know we have a meeting next week to really dig into all those numbers, and so that we can come back and really talk about that and look at our ALPs versus are those in our academies getting licensed and in that track.
How many were in the academies? Especially, I'm throwing a number at you, I'm sorry. Was it close to this 114?
I think it was like 180, 200-ish.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking with that. I know we sent it. I know it was sent out. I'm not, so
it's
yes,
fairly
I'm
close to
hoping.
the, yeah.
I'm hoping that is what those numbers are.
Okay. And then to even start in a special ed classroom, they have to have taken
101 class,
Okay.
or a 2-week training.
Okay.
So they can't just go in there just with no any kind of support. And then besides the mentoring that Educator Effectiveness provides, special ed department, Matt Soul, his team provides special mentoring for special ed teachers.
Okay, okay,
And
great.
so, I mean, so they're getting their support, and again, we just have to support them.
Yes.
And so I hope next month we can kind of look at the ALPs, because when they come in, it says district and name, so we can match
Uh-huh.
back how many and who are they in those academies.
Maybe
So-
next month, could you kind of give us an update on that, if they were in the academies or how that was going?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay,
So then we'll go to the long-term subs. This month, we have 134. Last year at this time, we had 43. And of those long-term subs, there are 64 that are special ed.
now, would they get this, would they have to take that same 101 class?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so they're going to be also supported then?
Mhm. They won't take the one-on-one, but they have some extra training
Okay,
before they start the classroom.
okay.
Yes. And it's lined out when they fill out, the district fills out the long-term form online. It goes through, so the assurance are there.
Okay.
Okay? And then our emergency teaching permits are, this year, we have 86. And there are no special ed for emergency teaching permit, because special ed, you can't use Act 1240 waivers or our emergency teaching permits or some of those other waivers. It's only the ALPs or that long-term sub. But this time last year, our emergency teaching permits were 128.
Okay.
So a lot of times that emergency teaching permit, they're just lacking something for requirements. And so we're hoping that that's showing that they're
You're actually getting
getting
licensed.
those requirements and getting licensed.
Okay.
And so those are our numbers this month. And, they're high the first month.
Right.
Because of that. Now, we'll have another probably large number for ALPs and LTS, because the date for ALPs is October 1.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Any other questions?
Anyone else have a question?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Any other comments on the consent agenda? So we need a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the minutes, I believe, then.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, we're going to move on to our action agenda.
Yeah, I apologize, Madam Chair. I should have mentioned this, but just so you all know that item 6.4, Pine Bluff School District Act 1240 waiver request, that has been removed at the request of the district.
Okay. All right. So our first item, Ms. Saraceni, you should have just stayed up here, I guess. Our first item is nominations for the PLSB board to replace expiring terms.
Carly Saraceni, Assistant Commissioner. Today I'm bringing before you a nominee from the ARC-ASPA, which is part of AAEA. It's your HR directors. And Dr. Karen Lasker is finishing out someone's that's currently on there, Miss Griffin. She retired, so we have to fill that position, and it will expire in 2022. Dr. Lasker is currently the HR director at Conway Public Schools, and she has been there in that position since 2017.
Okay. All right, is there any discussion? Okay, we need a motion then to approve this nomination.
I'll make a motion to approve the nomination.
Okay, a motion by Ms. McFetrich,
And I'll second.
seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saraceni. All right, we're going to move on to our 1240 request. Ms. Hyatt, and before you begin, a little bird told me this morning that this will be our last meeting with you, that you're going to move on to a new position. So we want to take this opportunity to thank you for your hard work and all that you've done for our board. You have been a rock that we could depend on, and we just are so appreciative, and we're going to greatly miss you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Don't make me cry right before I have to present. But seriously, thank you. This has been one of the best privileges of my life to get to be the attorney for this board and get to know all of you. And I appreciate you letting me stand before you. And Secretary Key, getting to work with you has also been just absolutely an honor. So I will miss you, but I'm not going far. I will be working for a school district, so I'm sure you will still get to see me sometimes. I'll beg to be the one that gets to present in front of the board. So I hope that we will see each other soon.
Sure. We wish you all the best.
Thank you. So the Jasper School District is the first 1240 on the agenda. I believe we have Kim Liggett, the elementary principal, Dr. Kendra Brazel, who is the superintendent, and Brian Cossey on the Zoom. We should have them on the Zoom.
Good
Yes,
morning.
ma'am.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Causey. Who else is with us, Mr. Causey?
Miss Kim Liggett is with us. Dr. Brazel's on standby. She has one of her children at the dentist for a procedure, trying to wrap that up. But we are sitting along with her.
I'm Kim. Hi. I'm the Jasper Elementary principal.
Okay, we're glad that you're all with us this morning.
The Jasper School District is requesting a waiver of class size and teaching load so that they can hire an apprentice teacher. They will have 20 minutes to present to the board, and then you can ask any questions. And Ms. Newton, you'll want to swear them in before you begin.
Okay. I should have already had this out. Would you raise your right hand and repeat after me, please? Or go ahead. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You may begin.
So after the pandemic, our district had lost over 100 students. And so we were looking at attrition throughout that time. And then this past summer, just a few months ago, we gained the majority of those students back. 49 students from June 2nd through the start of school enrolled at Jasper Elementary, which is a school district which is a campus of just over normally 200 students. So we were watching numbers. At the end of last year, what was fourth grade had 26 students when we ended the year. That number is 32 now. And we were watching that grade and a few other grades. And just last month, we had to add a teacher in fourth grade in the grade below because the exact same thing happened. So we took a class that was in the mid to upper 20s throughout the summer, hit that number 31, 32, and we hired a teacher. Well, whenever we advertised for that position, we hired the only qualified quality candidate that we could find. So at that point, we knew that we were struggling to find qualified quality teachers. And so it was literally the week before school started, and in this fifth grade class, the current fifth grade class, last year's fourth grade class, we jumped up to 31 students again. And so we were trying to decide what to do, and we found this young lady that was an intern at UALR, and we were discussing with the college about the opportunity of that for that to happen. And at that point, we thought that was a possibility without the waiver. We had not realized the change from last year to this year. And so after some further research, we figured out that we needed this waiver. Some of the other reasons that we're looking at this is with the pandemic, if we max a classroom out, we cannot socially distance. We just can't. And stuffing 28, 29, 30 kids in a 800 square foot classroom, you just can't do it. But when you look at 14, 15, 16 per room, we can spread them out. We have just a lot of supports in place for this young lady. UALR has really stepped up with some guidance and oversight throughout her work. We have some of the best. I've been fortunate to work with some great co-op literacy specialists. We have some great ones up at our OUR co-op in Harrison. They're coming out on a regular basis. We have Ms. Liggett, the principal, as well as lead teachers on the campus are making multiple classroom visits with her and staying in constant communication with her. We're allowing peer observations, both in her classroom and her observing others. She's interning under a very effective educator that is one of our lead teachers on that campus. We have 2 lead teachers on that campus based on the numbers that lead the PLC process. We are fully implemented in PLC, in the PLC process with the weekly PLC meetings, which is, as you know, is a great support to a young teacher. We also have a systematic RTI process in place, and we have 2 full-time interventionists. One is paid by the district, the other is paid by Save the Children. And so any kid identified as one of the upper tier in RTI, we have that in place to support her as well. She has common planning time with her teacher team, and she has additional time in her daily schedule for extra coaching and support. And that we put that in place with the duty schedule. So she may not have as much duties or as often as the others, so that she can have additional time for coaching and support. And we also continue to do in-house professional development. Ms. Liggett does that on a very regular basis, and she attends all of those. One of the first ones there and last ones to leave, taking lots of notes and asking lots of questions. And so what we would like to do with this waiver is allow this young lady to do her student teaching as she is a long-term sub in this classroom, to be able to split these 32 students into 16 and work under the guidance of a more tenured teacher. And I'd be happy to answer any questions myself or Ms. Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Causey. We'll see if we have questions from the board. Ms. Post, we'll start with you this morning.
No questions, but I would just like to commend you on the efforts that you have gone through to support this teacher. And when I read over the professional development specifically, I just feel like you're firing on all cylinders with what she will need to be successful. So great job.
Thank you. Ms. Liggett does a wonderful job, and Dr. Brazel as well, and I'm blessed to work with them.
Thank you very much. We're really trying to give her every bit of support she can possibly get. She has so much potential and is just stepping up to the plate.
Dr. Rankin?
Yes, I just want to echo Ms. Post's statements, and I also really appreciated that they will be participating in the weekly PLC team time and that common planning time, and just having that community and relationship building with that professional learning community, I think is really spot on. So I congratulate you for thinking through that.
Mr. Sutton?
No question.
Dr. Moore?
Yes, I know there are other school districts that have sought to do this, partnering with universities. Have you all been able to speak with them about how they have supported that the student teacher in teaching?
So I haven't been as involved in that process in the communication through UALR, and UALR has, in my current position and former position with the district, we've had more collaboration with Arkansas Tech and Russellville. But Ms. Liggett, would you like to talk about the communication you've had with UALR?
I spoke quite a bit with her advisor, but as far as communicating with other districts, I have not yet, but that's a great idea that I'd like to consider and work towards making some contact with that.
As we know, it's challenging to be a first-year teacher, much less if you haven't had that time in the classroom before. Is there a number of hours that this person has spent in the classrooms before now?
She and I have talked about that. She hasn't given me specific hours, but when I was talking to her about observing other teachers in our own school and covering her, she did talk about through her program that she had done a lot of classroom visits and a lot of hours just kind of observing, but was excited for the opportunity to go peer-to-peer to our observations here in our school.
As far as pay goes, it looks like districts are doing this differently. How are you all doing that?
She will be hired at this point as an instructional paraprofessional, and so she'll be paid as a para until she receives her final license. And at that point, we'll look at the numbers and determine what happens next. But hopefully, she'll be signed on as a teacher after that.
Okay, and so this is a full academic school year position.
Yes.
For her.
Yes. She has 2 semesters of intern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. McFedridge? Mr. Henderson?
I have no questions.
Ms. Woods?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
I had one question. I think it's probably from Ms. Hyatt. Ms. Hyatt, in the past, I know that we've had teacher programs from the colleges come and ask for this. Have we ever had a specific district come and ask to have a student intern?
I think actually last month we had at least one. I do think this might be a question for Carly more than me, but I do think that this has gone on before. The apprenticeship program has happened before in individual districts. I think that we're trying to make sure that districts have the appropriate waiver to be able to actually hire that apprentice teacher so they can receive compensation for the work that they're doing in the district without violating any of the Arkansas quality teaching standards and all of those kind of pieces.
It just seemed like before the university had a set program where they selected particular candidates, and then those candidates were recommended for the district. But I'm not. It seemed like it's coming from the other direction this time, from the district.
Well, because we have to follow the class size and the class load, because it's not just a licensure waiver, because they do not have a bachelor's degree yet.
Right.
And so that's where we re-looked at everything and said we can't just blanket the university for all the districts, because not all districts have the same waivers. And so that's why we have kind of reversed it.
Okay.
But the higher ed, the EPP programs are still vetting and they're not letting everyone become the interns.
Okay, that was my question.
Because some people aren't ready.
Right.
And so we've had the conversation, as a matter of fact, at the last Dean's meeting about 2 weeks ago, that it's not for everyone. And teachers leave because they don't feel supported or they're overwhelmed.
Right.
So we know that not every candidate fits this mode. So you don't want to just blanket it.
Right.
So we want to.
Even though it's coming from the districts, the university's been involved on the front end, making sure that these candidates are ready to be in a classroom. Okay.
Because we've had some universities call and speak with licensure and with myself as well, and they just said, we just don't feel this candidate's ready, and we said, that's what we want you to say.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. All right, that makes me feel much better. Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions from the board? Okay. If not, then we are ready for a motion. The motion would be to either grant or deny the 1240 waiver.
Motion to approve the grant.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Sutton to grant the waiver.
Grant the waiver, I'm sorry.
I got it. Do we have a second?
Second that.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor? Any opposed? Congratulations, and please pass our best wishes on to your intern that's in this classroom, that we hope that she has a long and successful career.
Thank you so much. I will, and we're going to continue to give her that support so she's not one of those teachers who do leave. We want to keep her. She's excited and motivated, and I'm in there every day watching her and just really impressed already.
Good, great. That's what we want to hear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Key, State Board, I know it's not easy right now, and I genuinely appreciate everything y'all do.
Thank you for joining us this morning. All right, Ms. Hyatt, we're going to move on to the Van Buren School District Act 1240 waiver request.
Yes, so same situation. They are asking for a waiver for 5 years for class size and teaching load so that they can partner with University of Arkansas at Fort Smith to hire apprentice teachers. On the Zoom, we have Karen Allen, the assistant superintendent, and Dr. Monica Riley, who's the executive director of the School of Education faculty at UA Fort Smith. Again, they'll have 20 minutes to present, and you'll want to swear them in before they begin.
Okay. All right, who is joining us this morning?
I see Dr. Riley, but her camera's not on. And I see Karen Allen, and her camera's not on.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
I'm not sure why. I guess someone has to give access for my camera to be on.
Dan, does she have access for her camera to be on?
Okay, I'm here.
There you are. Good morning, Dr. Riley. And Miss Allen, are you with us this morning?
I know that she's on because I've been communicating with her.
Dan, it's Karen Allen. Is there a...
I did just shoot her an email to see if she was having technology issues, so hopefully she'll respond to me really quickly.
Okay. Dan's looking at it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Good morning.
Okay.
All right.
There we go.
There we go. There we go. All right, we've got both of you. If you would,
sorry.
That's no problem. Technology, we all get it. If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Well, good morning. I am Karen Allen. I'm Assistant Superintendent here in Van Buren, and it's very nice to be here today. I'm joined with Dr. Riley, who is the Executive Director of the School of Education at University of Arkansas Fort Smith. And we're here today to request this waiver so that we might
recording in progress.
So that we might participate in the teacher apprenticeship program at the University of Arkansas Fort Smith. Specifically, we're requesting a waiver for the ADE rules governing class size and teaching load for Arkansas Code 617-812, compensation for teaching more than maximum number of students permitted, and the Arkansas Standards for Accreditation 1-8.5. As I mentioned, we are requesting this waiver in order to participate in the University of Arkansas Fort Smith Teacher Apprenticeship Program. Van Buren has had a history of a very strong partnership with the University of Arkansas Fort Smith. We were aware that they were developing this program in conjunction with the Fort Smith Public Schools District. And when it was implemented in 2019, we were very excited to hear how successful it has been over the last couple of years. We were eager to participate with them, but as you know, there were a lot of challenges with the last school year, more specifically, just making sure that we were even going to remain in-person learning for the school year. So we didn't really think like last year would be our best year to implement this in Van Buren. We are ready now to do that. We want to do our part with this program because we believe it is the right way to develop our interns in the best way. We think that this will strengthen our pool of very high quality teacher candidates ready to go for that first year in the classroom. We think that this enhanced internship experience provides that intern with a more meaningful, real world, hands-on, all those words, internship experience. And we also know that it's a win-win. Not only is it probably, it is probably the best situation for any intern, it's a good situation for us as a district because we get those folks in, they become ours, they're like our faculty right from the beginning. And then hopefully what we're doing is we're recruiting and retaining some very high quality educators for our students. As we implement with your approval this apprenticeship model, we would like to continue several of the components that were found to be very successful over the last 2 years with the Fort Smith School District. I just want to review a few of those just to kind of let you know, and again, review that program and how that's gone in the past. One of the biggest things is just the identification of those very high-performing interns. We rely on University of Arkansas Fort Smith to select those candidates who are ready for this experience. As was said in the previous presentation, I don't think it's for every student who's going through that educator prep program, but I do think there are some where this is exactly where they need to be. They're ready for that experience and they could probably step into a classroom and be teachers right then. We are going to utilize one of those high-performing candidates to fill an open position. That's how this program works, is that the district has a spot that they've been unable to fill or chose not to fill so that they can participate in this program. We will be compensating these interns at 1/2 of the beginning teacher salary. So for Van Buren, that's our step one teacher salary is $42,318. So these teachers will earn a 0.5 of that beginning year contract. We will also be identifying a very highly effective classroom teacher as a mentor teacher to serve these 2 interns. I think you find the perfect situation for this. Not only do you find that you have a situation where you have an opening, but you also want to identify the people who will best serve as that mentor role. I think these need to be highly qualified educators who also are wanting and willing to do this type of work. I think of it kind of as an instructional facilitator type work or a mentor type work. And I believe we have a lot of teacher leaders who are kind of wanting to dip their toe into that type of different role in the building other than just the classroom teacher role. We'll continue with layers of support and feedback for those interns and the mentor. We will work with University of Arkansas Fort Smith faculty, building administration, district administration. We'll have lots of layers of support in terms of professional development, observation, feedback for these interns. We also want to include the evaluation piece, which was a big part of the Fort Smith's program over the last 2 years. We'll be collecting multiple forms of data. This will include observational data, achievement data, whether it's formative, summative achievement data. We'll also survey. We'd like to know how our teachers continue to feel about it in that building, how our parents feel, how our kids feel. I think that's an important piece to the evaluation process also. So what would this look like in Van Buren, and what do we have in mind for this year? Like I said, we've kind of found ourselves in a great situation to start this model in Van Buren. We have an opening right now at one of our elementary schools. It's Central Elementary in Van Buren. It's one of 6 elementaries. We actually had a situation where we have a classroom, a 4th grade classroom that we were unable to fill with a quality teacher. And so We also have 2 interns in that building. So we have kind of the perfect scenario to jump out there and implement this model this year. So how it would look at Central is we'd have 2 interns placed in these 2 4th grade classrooms. We would pull a mentor teacher who would have been in one of the other classroom. We've spoken to a teacher that we believe would be an excellent candidate for a mentor. She's very excited about that opportunity if it's approved. And then that mentor will work directly with both of those interns. Their classrooms are located just across the hall from each other, so logistically it's an easy thing to happen. And we'll have that mentor be working with those interns constantly throughout the school day. She'll be providing observation and feedback. She'll be modeling lessons, both whole group and small group, and even intervention. And then just be available to provide any feedback and work directly with our University of Arkansas at Fort Smith personnel also. When we were considering the implementation of this, we wanted to make sure that our staff and our teachers at Central Elementary were on board. We wanted to give them the information about the program. I know most of them probably haven't heard about it or know much about it, but we gave them some background information. We showed them some data and some information about what Fort Smith has done over the last 2 years, and we wanted to seek their input. So after one of our PD days at the beginning of school, after we shared that information, we actually sent all the certified teachers out a Google form to get their feedback. And I included this in my presentation today. They were just simply asked, after hearing more about this model, would you support the implementation at Central Elementary? We had 18 of the certified teachers respond with a 72% approval for the program. I included some teacher feedback in my original waiver request packet and in this presentation because I think maybe their comments are the most powerful of this survey. And I highlighted in boldface some of the words that I think stand out to me because I think they're the very foundation of the creation of this program and why it's going to be successful and why it's so important. Their feedback uses terms like hands-on practice and learns hands-on support, realistic sense of a teaching experience, real-world experience, more time to make the classroom her own, genuine hands-on learning experience, and more easily filled teaching positions. And I just think that's interesting for a group of teachers who didn't know much about it, that they're giving us back the very information that we know is important to the success of this program. A lot of these teachers at Central, I know, are within probably their 5 to 10 years of teaching. So I think that the internship experience is very fresh and real to them. So I know that they're excited to see that enhanced and a deeper experience, a more meaningful experience that would make these candidates come out ready to step into their classroom that first year. So in conclusion, I'd just kind of like to say again, thank you for your time and consideration of this waiver. We really look forward to implementing this program not only at Central this year. We've asked for the waiver for 5 years because we would love to be a part of this over the next years, growing it. Like I said, we have 6 elementaries, moving this program throughout some of our other elementaries, giving our teachers and our principals the opportunity to participate. We would like to be a part of this and continue to be a partner with the University of Arkansas Fort Smith as they grow this program, and it evolves over time to meet the needs of the teacher candidates. So at this time, if you have any questions, Dr. Riley and I are here to answer those for you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Riley, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
I would just add that I believe the success of the program that we started with Fort Smith Public School is in the idea that there is a mentor dedicated to 2 apprentices. And this is a little bit different than a long-term sub in that the sole role of that mentor is to mentor these 2 interns. And we have found that that is very successful in Fort Smith in allowing the apprentices to get extensive support from a successful classroom teacher.
Thank you. We'll see if we have any questions from the board. Dr. Moore?
Yes, thank you all for your thorough presentation here. I'm curious, so this year it'll just be these 2 teachers. What do you envision in future years? How many might participate in this program?
Well, every year in the spring, we have openings. I mean, across 6 elementaries, there's generally a handful of elementary teacher openings. So we would like to, like I said, kind of look for the perfect scenario, not only just the opening and the staff, but we also want to make sure that we have the right person to serve in that mentor role. So if we have those kind of factors all lined up, and with the guidance of at the University of UA Fort Smith and the amount of candidates that they feel in that semester are ready for that experience, I'm hoping that we will always have at least 2 going each school year for the duration of this waiver.
Will these interns teaching do this for the remainder of this school year?
In this scenario, it's actually just going to be for this semester. This was kind of a late in the game decision. Our opening came up very late, like in early August. We weren't anticipating. We had a teacher leave to actually become an assistant principal in our district. So this was kind of a late in the game decision, and it will, for this first implementation cycle, it will just be for the fall semester.
What will happen in the spring semester with those classes?
In those classes, we hope, our goal would be is that one of them would be filled by one of these ladies, by one of these candidates. They're both highly qualified candidates, and so we're hoping that it'll be filled by one of them, and then the mentor teacher will assume her role in the other classroom.
So that will, I concern about switching teachers mid-year, so that might ameliorate that concern there. And then lastly, I was interested in your pay structure and what this partnership looks like.
So how it has looked in the past is, and how Fort Smith did it and has been very successful, we want to continue that model, is they pay them half of the beginning teacher's salary for the school year.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. McVettridge?
How much training has the mentor teacher had? Do you feel confident that they've got enough training as being a mentor?
We do feel confident in her ability. She is a veteran teacher. She has been a teacher leader in her grade level. Like I said earlier, this building just happens to be one that's had quite a bit of turnover. There's a lot of young staff, and she has spent a great deal of time being a mentor to interns in the past and to new teachers. So she has some experience with working with new teachers.
Also, I would add to that the mentor teacher in Fort Smith is also mentoring this new mentor teacher. The one that's done it for several years is also will work with the teacher and help her as she fills this role.
Mr. Henderson?
Thank you, Ms. Allen, for that presentation. Did I understand correctly that you said that the average experienced teacher is 5 years?
I don't have that data specifically. I'm just kind of going off of what I know. I also do human resources in our district, and I know that it's been a building that's had a lot of turnover, and there's a considerable amount of young teachers in that building. I would say the majority of the staff are 10 years or less.
Thank
you. Mr. Sutton? Dr. Rankin?
Yes, I want to say thank you so much for this presentation, and I did appreciate that you included in the program feedback that you did the 1/3 of teachers who had some concerns about this, and I appreciated that you actually listed those concerns out in one of the elements of your preparation materials in here, and I just was curious about how you're working to address those concerns by the 1/3 of teachers who who do have some hesitancy about this. Ideally, we'd love to see more universal support from your teacher base itself, and I certainly echo Dr. Moore's concerns about the mid-year. I know ideally this would be a year-long placement, but mainly looking at the concerns of these teachers and what your thought process on communicating with those teachers about this.
Well, and I was really appreciative for those comments from our teachers, because I think that it gives us some areas to, maybe sometimes we didn't think about it from necessarily their perspective. And so I really appreciated those. I think some of their concerns come from just not knowing much about the program or seeing it implemented yet. And so I think once with hopefully this approval and we get it implemented, some of those concerns will lessen over time. I do think the main concerns were about, as Dr. Moore said, to make that transition at semester, and I think we will work toward that. We'll have parent-teacher conferences coming up. We've had open houses, and that teacher is right along beside those interns in those classrooms, and so parents are very aware that they have an intern situation and that they're very supportive. And honestly, it becomes really like a co-teaching model. And traditionally it has been that way within elementaries. I was an elementary principal, and so we sort of brought those people into our building, and they became like second teachers in those classrooms.
Thank you. And one of my other questions was, I appreciated in your actual application where it was talking about the detailed explanation of the monitoring and evaluation efforts that you're going to go to. I liked seeing where there was going to be survey data from teachers, students, and parents. And I was just curious if you could talk to how often that survey outreach is going to take place and how quickly you'll be able to implement and assess that data to make continuous improvement.
So our parents, I'll speak for our parents first of all. They're very used to using like a Google form type survey. We utilize that within our district a lot. We also do paper in elementary. Paper tends to come back a lot. I would like to, and what I would foresee in working with the principal of the building is to kind of do a mid-year checkpoint or mid-semester checkpoint, and then also at the end. I think that will provide us just really beneficial feedback moving forward of how that might look. For our staff, this could be continual feedback, I believe, from them. Just like as something as simple as a Google survey, I think we could do that very quickly. We're getting feedback from the mentor teacher and how she's going it in the two candidates constantly. And I think that's what drives the program too. It's like always growing and learning from what they're telling us, because like I said, they're boots on the ground. They're the ones in there doing it, and we're just observing, and sometimes we may miss some things that we need to do additionally for them in terms of support.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Post?
First, I would just like to say something I love about this program is that it provides teachers who maybe are not interested in administration an opportunity to still take a leadership role within the classroom. My concern is with that mid-year transition, and I'm from Fort Smith Public Schools, but I didn't hear anything about that. How did that go in our district? Was it like that, or was this like a second semester program before?
In Fort Smith Public Schools, we have been full year. We have not been half year. This will be specific to Van Buren. If Ms. Allen will allow me, I'll talk to the transition just a little bit. What we know though is that mentor teacher is a part of the classroom every day. She's not in a different classroom. She's co-teaching. She will co-teach with these two interns throughout. The students will know her. The parents will know her. And so when she assumes her role back in one of those fourth grade classrooms, and hopefully one of the interns takes in that other classroom, there shouldn't be the panic of transition that might ensue if it was a completely new teacher, because they will both have been very present in that classroom. And that's the way this is designed. In Fort Smith, even, we talk about the classrooms having two teachers, and that they work side by side to see growth in the interns and for that mentor teacher to serve as a co-teacher in this situation.
I know Ms. Woods was going to be traveling some this morning, so Ms. Woods, are you with us? Okay, she may come back in a few minutes. My question is also the half year, because it's hard for me to understand the logic, because the district is not actually saving any money by transitioning out of this at semester. And I can see where it's going to put a lot of pressure on those two interns, thinking, well, one of us is going to have a job at semester and then one of us is not. And so I just wonder about, how is that going to affect the dynamics of the relationship, of how they're going to work together, and just the benefits of it being full year would be tremendous rather than being semesters. So that was my question about this waiver, was why was it transitioning at semester? What was the reasoning or purpose for doing that?
So our plans moving forward would be for it to be a full year, much like the program was developed in Fort Smith. This was kind of an emergency situation where we had a classroom that we could not fill with a quality candidate. In fact, we have two in Van Buren, right here in the River Valley, next to a college who produces a lot of quality candidates. We still had two positions that we've been unable to fill with quality teachers. We have a 6th grade position and a 4th grade. So we feel like this scenario, even though there might be just a little bit of work with the transition, is a better scenario for the students in that classroom than filling it with a long-term sub that may or may not be certified in elementary education. This is a stronger option for those students who have no qualified teacher this year, no certified qualified teacher. And so I reached out to Dr. Riley and just said, could this be a possibility for us moving forward?
Yeah, I'm completely on board with using the intern. It just the half year, I guess, is what's bothering me. Are you thinking that, is the 6th grade classroom have a long-term sub now? Is that what you're doing there?
It does.
So
yes,
you're thinking that this other person might move into the 6th grade position? Is that your thoughts?
Well, they would definitely have the option for interviewing for that position.
Okay, all right, I got it now. Okay, all right, thank you. I had one question from Ms. Hyatt. Ms. Hyatt, this class size and teaching load waiver, it can only be used for this particular purpose. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Can I ask you another question, Ms. Hyatt? Is 5 years what we approved Fort Smith? Do you know?
I can check.
Okay, and is there a cap on the, I'm sure, like they said, they're not going to hire 20 of them, but
So
is there?
There's not, unless you set one.
Okay.
And 5 years is the longest that you can grant a 1240 waiver. Of course, you can shorten it. I can run and just double check on the computer for Fort Smith really quickly and see what the length was.
Okay, thank you.
And Dr. Hill, I didn't mean to ignore you this morning. Did you have any questions? All right.
I would just point out that, if y'all think this might sound familiar, I hope it does, because this is the type of program that Ms. Saraceni described to you last month regarding, and then the team did a great job presenting at the Legislative Committee meeting on Tuesday with the certified teaching assistant and the pathway that they are working to create. So, this board has had a lot of conversation over the years about 1240 waivers and the intent of those waivers versus how we would like them to be used. And this is one of those cases where they're actually using a 1240 waiver, the district is, to find a way to get a qualified teacher in a classroom versus the other way. 1240 waivers are used sometimes, which is to have someone in there that may or may not be on a path to become certified. So we appreciate the district and UA Fort Smith and their willingness to kind of go outside the norms of what we typically see. I think one other thing I'll point out is that we're talking about elementary. all right, for years now, we know we've had trouble with secondary, filling positions in secondary. We are starting to see that happen now in elementary, where you heard the testimony that, you know, you have a district like Van Buren is having trouble finding a qualified teacher to be in those roles to fill those positions. So that is why Ms. Saraceni and her team are working so hard to implement some of these pathways so that we can get ahead of this instead of trying to play catch up from a further point behind. You know, a 20-point deficit fits versus maybe you know, maybe we're tied right now, or you know. Yeah, so anyway, I just want to point that out, that this is the type of thing we encourage districts and their local institutions of higher education to work together on to solve these problems.
Yes. Ms. Hyatt?
It was 5 years in 2019, so Fort Smith expires in 2024.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Ms. Allen and Dr. Raleigh, for your excellent presentation. And most of all, thank you for the support that you're going to give these two teachers that I think that's going to get them off to a great start. So we really appreciate the hard work that you're doing in your area, in your community. All right, so we are ready then for a motion to either grant the waiver or deny the waiver.
I will make that motion to grant the waiver.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rankin to grant the waiver.
A second.
Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion passed. Congratulations, and again, we wish you all the best, but most of all, we wish those two new teachers the best, so give them all the support that you can.
We will do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would invite any of you over to see what we're doing with this apprenticeship. At any point you would like to come, we would invite you to come see what's happening in our classrooms.
I would love to visit. I would love to visit. Just send an invitation. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next item, Pine Bluff waiver, you said had been removed, so we're going to move on from there to something that is exciting. We're glad to see on our agenda Ms. Webb.
Tracy Webb, Fiscal Services and Support. On April 11th, 2019, upon the recommendation of the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, the State Board of Education classified the Marvel Lane School District as being in fiscal distress status. The district petitions this board for removal from fiscal distress status, and the division recommends removal.
All right. Who do you have with us this morning?
We do have, the superintendent has COVID at the moment and was not able to be here, so we have the district treasurer, bookkeeper, and 2 board members.
Okay. Well, welcome. Would y'all like to come up for just a minute and join us, or say anything? We're so proud of y'all. We know it's been a lot of hard work.
Good morning, all. I am Ashley Granberry. I am the district finance manager for the Marwood Lane School District. I am elated to be able to stand here in front of you all to be able to petition you all to allow us to be released from fiscal distress. It has been an uphill journey, and we are definitely excited about it. On behalf of our superintendent in his absence, he has worked hard, countless hours on and off the clock, to be able to move our district in a direction to not only see growth in our finances, but as well with our students and in our community. Our board president and board members are here today, and like I said, I am super nervous. So we are definitely, like I said, elated to be able to stand here after a short period of time with the first time superintendent as well as first time business manager, to be able to say that we moved the district from having $250,000 in the account to having over $200 million $2 million in the account. Sorry.
I was going to say, wow. You got Mr. Rogers' attention back there.
Sorry. And so I'm sure if he were here, he would have a whole lot more stuff to say. That's his area. I have the gift of gab, but he has it more than I do. I just will say that we continue to cut corners, not to keep us in the area that we are in of growth. We are both frugal people. to say the least. We're extremely cheap. And so we are continuing to do whatever we need to do to not only move Marvel Elaine School District in a, like I said, great direction for money-wise, but academic as well. That's all I have.
Congratulations.
Madam Chair, I want to just say a very positive word for the district. I certainly, Mr. Anderson would have much, much more to say. If you know Mr. Anderson, he would have much, much more to say about this. But while you're here, I want to thank you for your support and the hard work that you've done, for the work that our fiscal support team has done with this district, and to the board. I met with Mr. Anderson just a few weeks ago, and we had a frank conversation. And what the message that I took away from that was he could not have done that without the close work and cooperation, understanding, and partnership with his board. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the work. They have had a lot of challenges there. I won't. A number of challenges outside the district's control, even in some cases. So I think today is a great day for the community of Marvel Elaine School District, and I want to congratulate you.
Yes.
And to you, Mr. Williams and the board and everyone, really appreciate the hard work.
Yes, we do. Any board members like to offer any comments this morning? Ms. Post, did you have, or Mr. Sutton, go ahead.
Yes, I too want to congratulate the district. Several of us came from small districts. I know you guys have, less than 400 students in your district, and we know the importance of what local schools mean to the town, the community, the people that live there. I was curious in reading about the proposal to remove, which I'm sure we will, but what were the primary adjustments that were made that made such a big swing in the finances? Did you do a reduction in force? Or?
We did. We came in 2019. At the end of the 2019-20 school year, we did do a RIFT, which was about $500,000 for that. Also, what we did was made sure that we started utilizing more of our federal dollars so that we could take the strain off of our operating monies. Again, I go back to we're extremely frugal. So we made sure that we made conscious decisions to utilize coupons. My superintendent is an avid yard seller, and so we did some of those things as well. We made sure that we utilized most of the things that we already had in-house instead of having to make any large purchases.
I noticed that I think you guys have 33 mills?
Yes, sir.
Which is low.
It is.
Have you considered a millage increase to?
I think before we got there, they may have tried to do a millage increase, but I don't. That in our community,
it won't fly. Need to sell hard sometimes.
It's hard enough getting them to do certain things, so that definitely would probably not be a good thing. We're trying to stay on the good side of the people. We definitely don't want to make them angry.
Yeah, I assume you have mostly agricultural land.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Farmers, etc.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We are in a very rural area,
Right.
And just as it was stated earlier, if the school was to close, then they would have kind of be nothing. I mean, you have to drive 20 minutes to get to Walmart. So.
They need to know that.
Yeah. So.
Well, again, congratulations. We're all pulling for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Sutton, and just to help, at least let you know, let the board know how we support districts in that. Our team looks very closely at collection rates in those counties, especially. You think about Phillips County, and it's a that county. It's not just Marble Lane. It's several of the districts in that area, and so looking at those tax collection rates, especially in the year of COVID, where the economics were challenging even more so. So that's something that our team looks closely at and tries to provide support when they can. And a meal just doesn't bring a lot, too, so as you well know. So we have worked very closely with them, and prior to Tracy being on board, the team that was there then also worked closely with them. And I will say that Mr. Anderson is definitely frugal. And I remember when I think there was some furniture that there was a district that was liquidating some of their items that were great items, and Mr. Anderson made a point to get what they needed from that. I mean, he really is doing the extra work that they have needed over the last couple of years. He is not. I mean, he's new, relatively new to the district. He was a longtime principal, administrator in Little Rock, North Little Rock. So he has a lot of experience in larger districts, and now he's able to help with that. From that experience, help. He's 2 years, I think.
Yeah, we embarked on our third year this year.
Starting third year. Yeah.
Any other comments over here?
Yes, I just want to say congratulations. This is such intentional and significant efforts and hard work that you all have gone to. So just carry that. Congratulations back to your team and let them know that we really appreciate the work that's gone into this appearance today and what this means for the students of your district. It's significant.
Thank you.
So to kind of piggyback off of that, my math teacher brain right now, I don't know if Miss Newton is tracking with me, but what a teachable moment for the students in your district. I taught, one of my favorite classes was quantitative literacy, which was a lot of budgeting and real world math. And I would just love to know that your students are going to get their hands on this data, and it will just connect them to the community and the efforts, and then maybe even kind of query your own kids to see where can we go from here to keep that upswing and maybe turn that 2 million into 200 million.
I would love that. Before, if I may say.
Go ahead.
As you mentioned the previous administration, but Miss Cindy, she is no longer with ADE, but she was very instrumental, and I dare not mention her. Miss Tracy has came in and picked up the torch, but Miss Cindy was very instrumental in the countless hours after hours in assisting us with even thereafter. You know, if you have a question, anybody know Miss Cindy? She has a wealth of knowledge as well, and so I dare not leave here without giving her kudos. So
She is excited. I got a very sweet email from her this morning saying how proud she was of the hard work that your district had put in, and just know Miss Smith is probably watching this morning and say just beaming from ear to ear about how proud she is. And we thank you, your team, Mr. Rogers' team, Mrs. Webb, all of you, because we know it was not just one person. It was everybody working together, and she would want me to pass her congratulations on to you and your team.
Thank you.
Anyone over here have comments?
So I did want to ask, I know financial challenges tie with enrollment, so I wanted to know what your enrollment numbers were this year and if y'all seen any changes in the past few years.
At the moment, we have 319. We've seen some changes in the enrollment. One of the things that we have done, implemented, is trying to make making our district more appeasable, and implementing more things that some of the surrounding districts have that we didn't offer in the beginning. One of the things that we have done, I don't know if you guys, if you have a chance to, go and watch our Facebook page, and we have had some of our teachers to go on video talking about how and what we're doing in the district now, and making everybody lost my train of thought. Asking them to ask the people to come and join us. I mean, if we see all of these different ads and things that they have going on TV, what are the districts around you doing to make us more, I guess more appeasable? to wanting to come and be a part of our district. And not only that, we've had teachers to, now that we have certain things that are there, we've had teachers to move their children from where they are. So I guess it's just becoming the face of the Delta is what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Mr. Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my first educational board meeting, and I love success stories. It's very intriguing to hear what you guys have done. So I just want to congratulate you.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to echo Mr. Henderson, since teamwork make the dream work, and I know when you having to make those cuts and make those decisions and turn around, those are hard conversations, necessary conversation. Leadership is not comfortable, but you don't grow in comfort. You grow in challenges, and you all have grown. Kudos to you. God bless you. Keep serving your community, because education is at the core of us bringing our communities back to where they need to be. So we're proud of you, and any way we can help, we're here to serve.
Thank you.
Ms. Woods, did you have any comments you wanted to add?
No, I'll just echo my colleagues and say congratulations. This is a big deal, and I hope you guys just relish in the success.
Yes, that is so true. We are so proud, and so with all of that, I think we are ready to hear a great motion this morning.
I make the motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to remove Marvel School District from fiscal distress by Mr. Sutton, and then seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, and board members, we want to offer our congratulations to you, because we know that y'all were a big part of this team, and we thank you for being here this morning, and congratulations. Good job. Thank you. All right. That was, I think it made a lot of people's morning, and so we appreciate y'all driving, and be safe going home. All right. Ms. Smith, we're going to do Educational Cooperative Digital Learning Report. I think this is something that we've kind of all been wanting to hear.
That's right. So you asked for it, you're going to get it. I think during the digital learning applications, that was one thing that was said several times by various board members, that we do want to have quick updates, especially from our consortiums or the co-ops. And I must say, I know we've got several of them here. I'm going to ask them to go ahead and come in, those that are here in person. So we have Roy Hester, who's the director of Guy Fenner Co-op here. We have Brad Horn, who's the director of the Wilbur Mills Cooperative here. We have Darren Beckwith, who is on the Zoom. He's the director of Dawson. Okay. Kathy Swan is the director of Arkansas River, is also on Zoom. Okay. And we also have Kathy Bolin, who is the principal of the Tri-Region Consortium that includes Crowley's Ridge, Northeast, and North Central. And I will say, when I called Mr. Hester and said, hey, we want to do an update for the board, will you, get together with the other co-ops and kind of decide how you want to do it. You can come yourself and talk about Guy Fenner, or you can, and overwhelmingly they all were saying, we'll come and we'll answer some questions. So some of them provided one-pagers for you. What I did do is I printed them off as hard copies, so you have them at your fingertips for you today as they're up here presenting, and you didn't have to go back. Wilbur Mills is not on the agenda, but we'll get it loaded on the agenda. But you should have a hard copy, just kind of a cover sheet for them, so everyone get one.
Did everyone get your copy this morning? Anyone not get one?
And today, really, they're here to maybe give you a slight overview of what's going on with their consortium and be able to answer questions that you might have. Okay. And so right now, I'm going to, Mr. Hester is right here. I'm going to turn it over to him and let him visit with you.
Good morning, Mr. Hester. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us down. Appreciate it. Appreciate the State Board and Secretary Key. I'm going to be honest, and I know that's what you want me to do, but it was a challenge as we took this on as a co-op, because it's really not what we do, educating kids. I mean, we have specialists that go out to our schools and help teachers, and we go in and do some teaching with students, But in taking on this K-6 virtual, again, co-ops, we're kind of like schools, you monitor and adjust. So we monitored and adjusted and looked at a way that we could help our schools, because I know a lot of them struggled last year with digital learning, with their classroom teachers trying to do both face-to-face learning and digital learning. So we as a co-op directors kind of got together and said, what can we do to help our schools? And this is kind of morphed out of that. And at Guy Fenner Co-op, we have 22 school districts, actually 21 public schools and one charter school in Fort Smith. And of those schools, we end up having 14 that decided to be a part of our virtual learning in some format. When I say that, we started the process back early in the year, talking to them about what we were looking at doing, giving them a digital option, and I set a deadline of spring break. I wanted to know who wanted to participate, because I wanted to have plenty of time to start advertising, hiring teachers, getting everything in place, getting the digital platform, which we're using Red Comet, which uses the Buzz platform, which was what a lot of our schools were familiar with. We wanted to keep that familiarity with our students, as they had used it in the past. But anyway, we set a hard deadline. I basically said, how many seats do you want? How many slots do you want? And it varied from district to district, depending on the size and what their parents were telling them. And a lot of them said, I really don't know. It was really just a guess, at what they were going to need. But as it went on, we ended up having potential for 250 students is what I sold slots for, so to speak. That helped me decide how much I needed as far as money to operate the program, purchase the software, hire the teachers, those kind of things. And I know that was a big question. I know back in the spring, well, how many students are you going to end up having? Well, we didn't know. As of last week, we had 83. So the numbers were a lot lower than we anticipated, which is a good thing, because I really believe that face-to-face learning is the most productive and best way for students to learn. Now, we do have, for whatever reason, students in our digital learning that the parents want them there because they don't feel that their students are safe at school with the COVID or whatever, but it does give those parents an option for their kids. Something that was surprising to me was that our 4-6 arena is we have more students in that age group than we did the K3 area. I guess I was thinking it would probably be just the reverse for some reason, thinking, mamas are, I say mamas, daddies as well, are nervous about sending that kindergartner to school. But in a COVID year, I thought our kindergarten will be one of our largest classes, but it ended up being one of our smallest. So kind of interesting information. But anyway, we had a virtual open house, which was a little different. We had parents and students had great attendance in that. And I talked to my coordinator this morning, and she said one of the key things that she thinks that's making us a success, and we feel like we're being very successful. The students we're having great attendance. The students, we require them to attend 2 sessions per day, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, face-to-face sessions. So the teacher is seeing them, working with them, talking to them. But she says one of the key is communication. She said she can't stress that enough. She's communicating with the students, their parents, following up. She shared with me, I had never heard of this program, but it's called Screencastify. Some of you may be familiar with it. But she said it's been very beneficial to her that sometimes, when the teacher is giving the lesson and they're listening, but then they go into the Buzz platform, sometimes maybe the parent wasn't quite sure what they were supposed to click on or how they were supposed to do it. So she's made numerous of these Screencastifies, which basically is a video of herself demonstrating exactly what to do, where to go, what to click on, how to open it. And she said, and that it solved so many problems with, that technology issue of what do we do. And, in many cases we have not just parents that are raising these students, it's grandparents. So, you add that generational difference and the technology. Many times grandparents are very afraid of technology. But we think it's been very good. As you can see on the handout that we gave you, attendance, we've had 82% attendance on the first day, and that number continues to grow. She says we've had 100% attendance in many of our sessions. Again, we stay on them, constantly following up. We've had a lot of feedback, positive feedback from our parents. They feel like that it's working well for their kids. I'm anxious to see, as you all know, this is the 4th week of school, so progress reports will start coming out next week, and we talked about that a little today as well, that working on getting those progress reports back to the schools. Now, just like anything in a school, yes, progress reports go home at 5 weeks, but if we've seen any child that is slacking, not doing their work or whatever, we've been giving that feedback to the schools already. So they already kind of know where those students are, and we've given feedback to the parents as well. So, and I don't know, I can't sit here and say we've got anybody failing. Hopefully not. But again, if there is somebody on that fringe, we've already been keeping them informed. It's not going to be a surprise when they get their midterm progress reports. So anyway, I don't know what else you guys would like to hear. I'm open for questions, and I'll answer anything to the best of my ability.
We'll see if any of the board have questions for you this morning. Ms. Post? All right, Dr. Rankin?
Thank you for this report today. It's very helpful to us as we're navigating these uncharted waters. I was very encouraged when I saw that there's consecutive perfect attendance in some courses. Do you have any idea what the carrot is in these particular courses that is prompting that enthusiasm from our students?
I don't know. I'll see if I can find out and let you know. But I don't know what it is. It seems like it's something different. Or my thoughts is it's something different, and it's, in some cases they're not in their own school. I mean, like I said, we've got 14 different schools now. A student may be in a Zoom classroom with students at the school next door, and maybe it could be a friend of theirs that lives in the district, which is totally different than what kids normally experience. If they've got friends that live in the next town, they don't go to school with them. Well, in this, they get to go to school with them, and they get to see other faces. I don't know if that's the answer, but
We always look for those bright spots. I was just curious if that was a certain age, if that was a certain subject, if that was a certain teacher, what was happening there, because that's certainly something we want to build on. So congratulations for that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. Sutton? Dr. Moore?
Some of the virtual models, we've seen tutoring being offered. Do you all offer tutoring or time during the day for students to have one-on-one instruction and support?
Yes, we do. We have a paraprofessional that is available to work with them one-on-one or small group. We're also, and I think we told you guys in our initial presentation, we're trying to work with AmeriCorps and trying to follow back up on that, and they've got young people that are part of that program that would be available for tutors. We've also reached out to one of our universities that does teacher training to see if maybe some of their first, second, third year teachers who are already going into the classroom, getting that classroom experience, giving them that digital classroom experience, which would be so valuable to them, would also be valuable to us in just having, the more folks you have to interact with those students. But in most cases, it's kind of like in a regular classroom. You've got those students that are doing well and don't need much of that one-on-one, and then you've always got those that do. And then the same goes with parents. You've got some of those parents that would like for you to sit and be online with them all day long and hold their hands and their kids' hands. And then you've got those that, hey, we don't need that. We got it. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, but we do have one-on-one for those students who are struggling.
Ms. McPetrus?
To hear that as well. I think that the piece of this that I've struggled with is a lot of the consortiums and the class sizes. Some of them go up to 50 students. So I was glad to hear you can do a one-on-one. Talk about maybe how you break into these small groups and what is your class size. When you talk about having 50 students in a K-2 classroom, and I don't know if it's your consortium that does that, how do you manage that, and how do we make sure that these students are getting the science and reading education that they need?
Right. Well, every grade level has a schedule of when, say, first thing in the morning from, say, 8 to 8:40 or whatever is kindergarten literacy. So during that session in which the teacher's teaching, she's just teaching kindergarten students. Okay, so it is a small group. Now, next, she may be, later on in the morning, she's teaching first graders, a small group of them. There's only, and I don't remember the exact numbers, I think we've got 8 first graders. So she's working with 8 first graders, one-on-one. But then we also have follow-up in which if they're having problems, we have a time where we have an aide who can get online with those students and work with them on any problems they're having after that fact. But when the actual face-to-face instruction is going on, it's small, pretty much small group every time because they've all got a schedule for that lesson. And I didn't give you a copy of those, but I could get you a copy of our schedules if you'd like to see those as well.
I think that'd be really helpful.
Okay.
Also, how would your team recognize a student that's got maybe some dyslexic issues that maybe hadn't been recognized before when they were in their normal school situation?
Right. Well, all of our teachers are trained in the science of reading, so they know pretty much what to look for as a classroom teacher. And we don't have what I want to say. We have veteran teachers. They're not first and second year teachers. They've been teaching several years. So they've got that teacher insight. They know what to look for. And if they see that struggling problem, then they would refer them to our coordinator who would contact the school, people at the school who, we have a point of contact at every one of our schools, whether it's a counselor or a principal or whoever, curriculum person. So they contact with them, interact, and say, hey, little Susie's we're seeing something, we're not quite sure. At that point, their intervention team would contact the parents and say, hey, we think there's maybe a potential for some dyslexia or learning disability or whatever. That falls back on the local school district to handle those situations. Now, if it's something that once they determine, yes, there is something and we can do something to make modifications for that child, then at that point we would do that.
All right, well, thank you. This has been really helpful. And I know for myself, knowing that the districts are in a consortium, I feel like there being that's another set of eyes that is in support that's helping that district. And I really appreciate you stepping up and putting this together.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. Henderson?
Thank you for presenting to us today. When I think about virtual school or virtual training, with regards to broadband and also IT technical type issues, do you have anything to measure what type of issues you've had, or how do you measure and calibrate that stuff?
Right. Well, initially when we talked to our schools about the program and their students, we kind of threw the ball in their court. You know, if you're going to enroll a student or allow a student to enroll in digital learning, you're going to have to make sure that they have the broadband capability. You've got to provide them with either a hotspot or something, some source which they can have the connectivity and the broadband that they need. I know at my house, I kind of live out in the country, and I would hate to think I had a child trying to do virtual at my house, because who knows? I mean, sometimes I'm trying to watch something on Netflix and it just sits there and spins. So I would hate that to be an instance for one of our kids. So I think most of our schools have taken that at heart, because we are rural. I mean, we're rural Arkansas everywhere. And that's one of the prereqs for being a part of the program that the school set, that you've got to have the broadband necessary for your child to be successful. Thank you. You're welcome.
Dr. Hill? Ms. Woods? Ms. Post?
On the Dawson flyer specifically,
Mhm.
I saw
Yes.
something that,
Okay, this is Guy Finter.
oh, okay.
That's not
Yeah,
mine. If that's the one.
he's Guy Finter.
Mine
so-
is this one.
My apologies. I would still like to speak to a
Sure.
point though.
Okay, sure.
When we were discussing maybe what is engaging students, I saw on here show and tell and Spy Kids game to see who's showing up on the different Zoom sessions. I think that we are all tired of Zoom. And so I just love that teachers in general are trying to come up with creative ways to engage students in that virtual. So as you push forward with that, just any kind of creative fun that can be brought to that virtual classroom, I think is going to continue just for us to see success with the kids.
I agree. Because I guess probably 2 years ago, I barely knew what Zoom was. And now I almost cringe when I hear the word. So, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. This has been very informative, and it's been very reassuring for us because just like you stepped out in unknown waters last spring, we stepped out right there with you. And so just to have this, to knowing your success and how well things are going for your students and parents, we just appreciate so much that you coming today and
Great.
presenting for us.
Thank you. And I appreciate you guys. Like you said, you guys stepped out on a limb to allow this to happen. And I know that you care about the kids ultimately. You care about the struggles that our teachers were facing last year and our school districts were facing. And we kind of had a commonality there. That's what we were, what can we do to help them make it better for our kids? So I especially appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your hard work for your team has done also.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
So we have as our second consortium is Dawson Educational Cooperative, and we have Darren Beckwith on Zoom with us.
Good morning, Mr. Beckwith.
Good morning. Thank you all for having us. Just a couple of quick comments, and then I'll do like any great leader. You know, you hire great people, then you get the heck out of the way, and that's what we did when we were given the opportunity to go digital. My assistant director, Candace Bennett, she came to me with some great names, and she didn't fail me on that part. We got some great people. So I'm going to ask her to come and present here in just a second. So, but I will tell you this, I think to Roy's point, the thing about the digital learning is this, that one of the things that we have definitely realized is that it's here to stay, I think, on lots of levels. And, I think COVID has kind of brought that to us. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to go away. And that's, in my mind, that's necessarily not necessarily a bad thing, because, I think as you hear Ms. Smith, when she comes to us here in just a second, she's going to tell you, some folks, some of the kids, they actually learn a little bit better this way. And you ask about the attendance, I think that's a big piece of why you see more kids being the attendance being as good as it is because of the digital format, but it's also, when it comes to the attendance, I think they're more attentive because it's more interactive. So that's my take on it. But like I said, the best part for me is we just have an incredible staff running our program. The promise we did make to you, if our numbers shot up, which they did, we would bring in additional staff. We stuck to that. I want you guys to know that we honored our promise. We did bring in an additional teacher to address those numbers. So at this point, I would want to introduce Bethany Smith. She's our coordinator over our K-6 digital learning. So Bethany, if you will, I'll have you jump in right here.
Welcome, Ms. Smith.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So first of all, thank you so much for giving myself and my teachers and our students the opportunity to have this virtual option. It just has put so many parents and students at ease that they know they can still get a quality education and keep their health and their family's health where they feel most comfortable. And we all know that if you feel safe and if you feel comfortable, then learning can be achieved. And so with that being said, I've kind of heard some of your questions, and I've kind of got some responses to those questions too. One of the biggest things I heard is, what does the daily class look like? Well, honestly, our classroom looks just like a regular classroom. We have whole group instruction, and then we pull for small groups where we can really tailor that, education to where that student really needs some additional help. And then from that, we even pull small, individual one-on-ones. That way we can Zoom and then use our document cameras to work right along with the students on a one-on-one basis. And even with their learning coach, which is any family member that is there with them that day, so they can see right as what we're doing with their student the entire time. And I think that's been one of the biggest things that parents have loved about this program, is that, in a typical setting, like you said, paper documents or there's, Google Forms that are sent out that kind of update, or a newsletter that updates parents on what their students are learning. Well, in this situation, all they have to do is watch. All they have to do is be present, and they can see exactly what their student is working on all the time. They can hear where their student needs help. They can see the small groups and the one-on-one attention that the students get, and their progress is updated daily. So they know exactly where their student is working and how on task they are and what their grades are looking like that day. And I think parents really love that ability to help. I think most parents or guardians really look to be able to help their child the best way they can, and this gives them excellent guidance as to how to do that. And our program even offers guardian accounts for those parents, so they can go and monitor just right alongside with their child. And that's been just a beautiful component. So one of the top things our parents have said. I also know that that social emotional part has been a big concern as to how do you make those relationships whenever you're over a camera. Well, I don't know about you, but for me, whenever I watch American Idol or reality TV shows, I fall in love with the people that I see on TV. And so those relationships we all know can happen. And in this situation, it's with the students, it's with the teacher, and it's with their entire class. We have one set of students that, they just reached out and said, like, honestly, we love our teacher and we love this group. And it's excellent, because when you're in those whole group settings, you can see kids talk about, in our morning groups, we do Capturing Kids' Hearts. And in our morning groups, they kind of say their good things, and a lot of times that gives you their interests. So we like to also pull small groups where it just really even sums it down to the students' interest, and those students can kind of share the things that they like, because making those relationships and those bonds with students, that may be 3 hours away from you is a really cool thing to do and really encourages learning and attendance, which brings me to that concept. So you may have noticed our Spy Kids Attendance Awards. Spy Kids is really cool. It's a program that one of our teachers developed, and it uses QR codes, and they can watch videos on it, and they get their own cool spy name. So you get Spy Kid points whenever you come to attendance, and our attendance has been off the charts because they want to know the next code and they want to be a part of that cool learning aspect. As far as RISE, we definitely, and we use 2 additional components to meet our RISE standards, which is the Lexia Core 5 Power Up for the 6th graders, and we also use Heggerty. And then we have because we're a co-op, we have wonderful literacy specialists that actually we meet with them once a month to make sure that we are making all those adjustments for our students and being able to supply all the RISE components to them. So I think the other thing you asked about was class size. Class size, we do not have more than 20 kids in a whole group class, so it's always a smaller number. And then our small groups are obviously 6 or less, and then our one-on-ones are individualized.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Smith. We'll see if any board members have questions about Dawson. Dr. Hill, Mr. Henderson, Ms. McFetridge, Dr. Moore, Ms. Woods, Mr. Sutton, Dr. Rankin.
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Beckwith and Ms. Smith for those testimonials today. And Bethany, I know you have a special passion for social emotional learning. And so I just wanted to invite you to speak to a moment, if you have in your perfect world, what supports statewide or from the department or from us do you think would be really powerful to see happen in this K-6 virtual learning environment?
Oh, you asked me a wonderful question, and I wish that I had the answer ready for you. I think that honestly, progress monitoring through this and doing some Google Forms and trying to get the feedback from the parents and the students and kind of combining that to see, what areas that they feel were reached and what areas that they feel could need, a little more support will be beneficial to us. We are in that first month, and I've seen relationships grow from where students were afraid to talk or scared to share their picture to where now students are in their rooms and we can see their background and what kind of cool things that they're interested in and start making those relationships and those social emotional bonds. So, Beth Ann or Ms. Rankin, if I can get back with you on that, I would love to do so.
And I would just like to add on that, you know, I know we've had some feedback via text and other things too, that the parents have, you know, the number one thing that they talk about is just that human interaction with the teachers versus, you know, in the past, I think digital learning just dealt with, you know, we rolled out a product and maybe the human connection wasn't there. Everybody, I mean, digital learning is new for everybody, so it was kind of disconnected from the standpoint, you know, they were a little bit intimidated, and they may make a phone call or shoot out an email, but having that face-to-face, real-time interaction has been something that has been extremely beneficial for both sides, I think.
Yeah, thank you both very much.
Ms. Post?
Thank you.
Hi, Bethany. I just had a quick question. On your student success plans, is that purely academic, or is some of the social emotional being pulled in for parents to see as well?
As far as social emotional, we do keep a running log. So we do Fun Fridays, and so we share social emotional situations in those Fun Fridays and those activities. So parents do get feedback if their students being involved, or if, you know, kind of how much involvement they're really having, because that's not something that just we're concerned about, but we have parents that were concerned that maybe that their child would be afraid to share things in the Zoom world. And so yes, we're giving feedback not just academically, but in that social emotional realm.
So are the success plans, though, like, is that represented there, or is that purely academic?
That's purely academic.
Okay.
Mr. Beckwith, in the beginning you said that you had added a new teacher. So how many teachers and what are your grade bands now?
Bethany, you want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. So we have 4 teachers. We have a teacher that teaches kindergarten and 3rd, a teacher that teaches 1st and 4th, a teacher that teaches 2nd and 5th, and I teach 6th grade. And nobody has more than 20 students in their current class, and nobody has over 40 students in their, like, as a total, including both grade levels.
So what are your total numbers for K-6?
I believe it's 144. We've had a lot of ups and downs this first few weeks of trying to figure out who it worked for and who it didn't work for, because we want to make sure that we're providing an education that's not only quality for us, but quality for them too.
Okay. And Mr. Beckwith, I want to thank you for following through on what you promised us, that if your numbers went up, that you would make sure that you had the staff to meet those needs. And so we are very appreciative of that and all of the efforts that your team has put into making this a successful program for students and parents.
Well, again, we appreciate you guys for giving us the opportunity to do that, because we know without this digital piece, it would have left a lot of kids stranded out there. So, as they say, it takes a village. It takes an entire state to get this thing done. And without you guys being open-minded enough to let us to go out and try this, it wouldn't have happened either. So I do appreciate you guys' willingness to get back there and support us on it as well.
Okay. Well, we know that y'all put a lot of work into it, and we thank you for being here today and giving us an update of what's going on with your program. So thank you both.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Kathy Swan, who's the director of Arkansas River, on the Zoom as well. So Kathy.
Good morning, Ms. Swan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. We appreciate the platform to be able to share the good things that are going on in the state and in the co-op world and in public school districts. So when Ms. Newton opened the meeting with, we all know in the brick and mortar classroom that right after Labor Day is when everything kind of settles down and you just kind of go, I think we're getting it now. It's the same in the virtual world. So I just kept telling my teachers and my principal, let's just wait, we're just do everything you can do and we'll settle down. It'll settle down after the holiday. And it has. We still have some issues that we're working through. But I echo everything that Mr. Hester and Mr. Beckwith and their team shared in terms of services. Many of those are the same with us. I will say that one thing that we are different on in terms of Mr. Beckwith and Mr. Hester is that I'm extremely comfortable in this space because I've dedicated 20 years of my career to virtual learning and digital learning. So I'm much more comfortable in the virtual space, quite honestly, than I am in the face-to-face world in some instances. So also we had experience with starting Virtual Arkansas for 9th through 12th graders many years ago. And I think back on that time, and our first year with Virtual Arkansas, we accommodated 15,000 students. And in the second year of Virtual Arkansas, we nearly doubled that to about 28,000. So when I look at the scope of our K-6 initiative, I can breathe fairly easily because we have about 485 students. And so I have 110% confidence that the co-ops are going to be able to do this and are doing this well, just because the sheer scope and the consortium idea of regions and keeping those numbers smaller in terms of your whole scope. So when you think about taking that $30,000 scope to this 400, we have 485 students, by the way, in our Arkansas River Consortium. And that may sound like a lot to you, but to me it looks like a dream because it's not anywhere near 15,000. So I will say that we also have an amazing staff. We were so fortunate to be able to hire our K-6 Virtual Academy principal, who was a previous member of Team Digital and previous online teacher for a virtual provider that was global. And so bringing that experience to that seat was huge for us. And I did worry about being able to find staff. Like Mr. Hester said, we wanted to know early on, but we just couldn't know until we're still looking right now. We would take applications. I'm going to say that out to anyone. If you have any retired teacher friends that want to serve as interventionists or paraprofessionals or teachers, you can give us a call. But we did hire additional staff as well. When this is all said and done, we should have 6 teachers, 3 paraprofessionals, and we have contracted with retired teachers to provide one-on-one interventions if it gets to be too much for a teacher in a small group and we see they really, really need some intense one-on-one. We have been able to find some master teachers. And so I told you I was kind of worried about not being able to find those teachers late in the game. But, the Lord blesses the Lord's work, and they just came to us. And just as there are parents and students who were not comfortable going back into the face-to-face environment, there are many teachers out there as well that were not comfortable and just simply didn't sign their contracts to go back to the classroom yet, and some early retired. So they are really, really excited to be able to work again in this space. So we have some teachers that have 25, 28 years experience in teaching with technology, with library media, that have reached out to us. So we have a wonderful, wonderful staff. One of the things I want to share that I don't know that I touched on last time the question came up is, there is a concern about teacher load and class size. And I totally understand that. That has always been a concern for the past 20 years of my experience in virtual learning. But what I've come to realize is over time, you begin to see that the fixed classroom does not necessarily equate to the online, digital, flexible classroom. Many things need to be the same and many things are the same, but some of our fixed numbers and fixed processes don't really translate well for kids or teachers. So for example, here's some of the resources that we have as digital teachers that maybe brick and mortar teachers don't have with that fixed number. The curriculum is developed. The teacher supplements, provides interventions, enrichment, adds to, but the curriculum is developed based on Arkansas state standards already packaged for them. The curriculum also assesses and grades automatically maybe those lower Bloom's levels, the remembrance, understanding, and sometimes even applying, and allows the teaching team, and we have a team teaching approach, to really focus on those upper levels of Bloom's because the system is designed to be adaptive. So if each one of you is in one of our classrooms and you're going through the same learning module, but you respond to a quiz differently. So I may have not missed any, and Ms. Newton may have missed 1, and Secretary Key may have missed 10. I'm just playing with you there, Secretary Key. But based on what I put into the system and each one of you puts into the system, we are branched to another set of learning modules to reinforce. to individualize and personalize that. So those are some things that, you know, we just don't have in that brick and mortar space right now. Many of people are blending, but we're just not there yet. We also layer on a software I talked to you about last time, and I know that many of the other consortiums do the same, is on top of that adaptive curriculum that's branched, is a source that tells you at any given time as a teacher whether the student is green, which means they're on pace and they are progressing through the system with very little trouble. Then there are yellow students that maybe not be on pace and maybe a little bit, just need a little bit of, come on now, let's try this, or they're stuck somewhere. They're stuck in that curriculum. And then there are those red students that may not have shown up for a couple of days with attendance or just are not progressing. So every day we can look to see where those students are and respond right then. Call interventionists, call the school district, call our team of teachers, put together a small group, call the parent facilitator. And that parent facilitator is key. I know we've heard that, but that's something that I don't think we give them enough credit in this environment. It is a very difficult and rewarding task, I can imagine, to be a parent facilitator, to be at home with maybe one or multiple children, being their teaching assistant, being their learning facilitator and coach. But that is a great benefit to us with numbers, because each baby, each student has their own person that's right there with them that can reach out on their behalf if they're not comfortable reaching out. So I want us to make sure that we understand that the parents have such a vital role in this whole number look. So I just want to make sure that you all had a better understanding maybe of all these different tools that are available to digital teachers that make the fixed numbers not work so well in a flexible space.
Thank you, Ms. Swan. We'll see if any board members have any questions. Ms. Woods? No? Anyone over here? Dr. Moore?
Yes, do you all, like I asked previously, do you all offer any tutoring? I know you do the one-on-one, but any extra at the student's request? If they need help in something, they can reach out and get that tutoring.
Yes, that's the interventionist. They are available to teachers, students, parents. Ms. Mann, you want to talk about the tutoring piece, the response?
Well, I was going to ask too, do you have any mechanisms for your parent facilitator or anyone else to meet in person with the students or have in-person checks when and if attendance goes down?
Ms. Manning, yes.
So yes, so we do. If parents reach out, so I have had some parents to reach out and want that tutoring. So I set them up with an interventionist, that one-on-one tutoring or small group. And small groups, we're keeping those to about 4 to 5 to come in for math and literacy. My vision is to have a paraprofessional for every one of my teachers so that she can also come in, he or she can come in and do more of that assisting. We do reach out. We look at reports every day. I've tried to do that and keep up with that for the last 4 weeks, touching every student. I can almost call them by name, even though there's 485. I'll remember something about them. I try to reach out to parents. I reach out to the districts if they are not attending or if they show lack in work, and the parents are usually calling me back or emailing me back to let me know what's going on, or they're going to get on it right away. So we are trying to track that the best that we can. There may be a few slipping through. I'm not going to say that we're 100%, but I would like to say that we are. But we will be there and pulling all those on board and making sure that they are making great progress and attending the Zoom sessions, because I know how important that is. We have had some kickback on some of that a little bit, that the parents are wanting the flexibility and not being required to attend. And when I explain to them why and the reasoning behind it, a lot of times they're very, oh, okay, I understand. And I tell them we'll work with them and try to shift those groups, because just like Bethany had spoke earlier, even though our teacher load, we may have 46 students for one teacher, I'm having them to keep their whole group Heggerty lessons, that phonological awareness piece every morning, to 7 to 8 students. So they're doing sessions every morning, kind of back to back. They begin about 8:40. They have their plan time at the very beginning of the day from 8 to 8:40 in the morning, and then they begin their synchronous sessions from 8:40 until noon. So they kind of have those sessions kind of back to back. And then they also have, after they have lunch, they have office hours. For 1 hour, they're required to have a Zoom link open and students are admitted into that Zoom link, or parents, learning coach, whoever it may be, and to be able to ask questions of the teacher to help them. In addition to those small groups that the paraprofessionals or my math interventionist, who is a certified teacher, math teacher, retired, that is coming in behind, also doing those interventions and that tutoring with the teacher.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Questions over here? No? Dr. Rankin?
Thank you. Kathy and Tammy both, thank you for these updates. And Kathy, your expertise in this area and your institutional knowledge is just phenomenal. And I was trying to think of how to ask this just out of an abundance of feeling so responsible for these digital learning plans that are coming through in this virtual reality that we find ourselves in. What is it, based on your experience that you have in this field, what you've seen in preparation for trying to look around the curve, trying to see around the curve, what's next, what should be on our radar, what keeps you up at night about this approach going forward, and what is it that you would like for us to really bear in mind as we continue to look at this and make decisions and be intentional going forward? I just thought I would pick your brain on that for a minute.
Oh, how much time do you have? I love this question. Thank you so much for asking it, Dr. Rankin. But the first two things that come to my mind, the first one is I would like to thank you and encourage you. As a board, you have a legacy over the past 20 years of when Mr. Boardman would come in front of you and ask to do something that may or may not have sounded like it made any sense, but then it turned into this wonderful, innovative project that he's benefited from. You all have approved and given flexibility to innovation for, I know, at least 20 years. So thank you for that, and I would continue, hope that you would continue to encourage you to, even if you have concerns about it, but if you feel really good about the people who are presenting the information as experts, that this could be a good thing, to still take those chances. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is broadband access for Arkansas. I don't even know if we have enough time to talk about that, but I know that the department has made great gains over the past 20 years, working with telco providers, the governor's office. I know it's on the forefront for Arkansas. But until we get over that hurdle, I don't know that we will ever get where we need to get with virtual learning for students that live in rural areas. I am a poultry farmer. I'm not, my husband is, but we are a poultry farming family. And so we always live in a rural area, and I have very limited access. And so what keeps me up at night is thinking of these 485 students, I wonder if they are going to struggle if they live out where I live. And so that's what keeps me up at night. And so I'll do anything I can to assist with that as a co-op director. And I know the co-op director network will assist with anything that you all can do to make sure that we keep pushing for broadband in Arkansas for rural areas. Thank you for asking that question, Dr. Rankin.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Swan. You made us feel much better. From the beginning, I think numbers were a huge question for us, but the way your background and the way you explain what the teachers are doing and the supports they have, I think make us feel much better about the 485 students that you are working with. So thank you for that. I did have one quick question, and I know I probably have it written down somewhere, but I just don't have it in front of me. What is the curriculum that your program is using?
Ms. Manning?
Okay, so our curriculum is we're approaching our content from Edgenuity, but then we are also layering it with Heggerty, the phonological awareness piece for our synchronous sessions. And then we also have Lexia for the other 4 components of the RISE initiative.
Okay, all right. I knew I had it written down somewhere, but I just didn't have it in front of me right now. So thank you both for joining us, and thank you for the hard work that you're doing for our students.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time, and keep on innovating, Arkansas. Keep on.
All right, thank you.
We've got 2 more consortiums here. The next one is Wilbur D. Mills, and we've got Mr. Brad Horn.
Welcome, Mr. Horn.
Good morning. Brad
morning.
Horn, Wilbur Mills Co-op Director. I want to thank you for letting me come speak to you today. Before I get started, I want to brag on some people, and I'm going to start with Desi and the units here. I'm pretty close to one individual that was grading the applications that we would send in, and they put a great deal of time. I don't know that everybody realizes how much time they put in to help us help our districts. And it's been a tough process, like Mr. Hester said. I agree. The first application my team put together, we got kicked back within a couple of days, and we had to have a kind of a group hug because it was tough. We thought we put together a good plan. But in hindsight, looking back, as we've gone through this process, that situation helped us immensely in getting our applications ready and helping our districts submit their applications for what you needed. Okay, so a lot of work's gone into it. I want to brag on my team at the co-op. Like Mr. Beckwith said, a good leader gets out of the way, and I wish I could put a picture of them up there to show my leadership team that's worked on this for our districts at the co-op. In fact, I'll tell you, my arm's about to vibrate off because I've got one of them that's texting me as you're asking questions, telling me, hey, this is what we're doing, okay? But that's what's so great about them. I wish I could take credit for putting them together, but I inherited it. But I've got a great team there at the co-op. And then I'll go down to the district level. We have routine contact with our points of contact. We have a POC at every district who's participating. And the technology coordinator at that district is involved in that process. We just had a Zoom I lose track of days. I think it may have been the end of last week, just to kind of touch base and let us know how our provider is operating and how things are going. And then, and as with any new process, there are bugs in the system that we've had to work out. But our leadership team has met with Pearson's leadership team, and we've knocked it out as quickly as we can and get rolling. And then like everybody has said, the decisions that you make are difficult, and we appreciate the fact that you've allowed us to take on this endeavor. So I'll get started now. We've got 17-member district cooperative. 11 districts are participating in our consortium. 67, I may go wrong a little bit on numbers, but 67 is where we're at right now. We have added a district that you approved outside of our cooperative, so that those numbers will go up a little bit more. They're just participating so we could help them out with our provider. I'll try to answer some of your questions that you've asked as we go along. First one, we are using Pearson, teacher and content, so we went a little bit different route there. As a new director of the cooperative, I was hesitant to hire a teaching staff because, like Mr. Hester and several have said, it was hard for them to give us numbers so we could know what to do. I was afraid of over-hiring or under-hiring. So we did go with teacher and content, and that was a decision. I gave my board options, and they chose Pearson with the teacher provided with the content. Class size was a concern for us, like Ms. McFetrich asked. We are K3, I think we're 50 to 1, and then 4-8. Again, my numbers may be a little bit off there, but we are 36 or 37 to 1. One thing about that, and one thing I've been overly impressed with our digital program, is that these students, in some ways, are monitored more closely than students in brick and mortar. Okay, and I'll explain that. I get carbon copies whenever the Pearson rep sees that there's a lag, that there's an issue, and then so I'm involved in it even. They send me a carbon copy, but there's a Pearson teacher that's watching that. There's a Pearson representative that's watching it. Our teacher, our point of contact at the district, and the technology coordinator is involved in it, and then my leadership team is involved. So there are a lot of safeguards to make sure that students aren't falling between the cracks, because that was a concern, just like everybody. The class size concerned us. So far, it's worked well. We're only 4 weeks in, though, so we'll see where it goes, but we are keeping a close watch on that. Social emotional learning it was an issue for us. That was a question we had, and that's something that Pearson has embedded within their curriculum. So there are social emotional lessons provided to the students by the Pearson teachers. So we feel good about that. Daily synchronous SOR lessons are provided to those students by teachers. We also have check-ins from that point of contact or the district with those students on a weekly basis. So daily contact and weekly contact by the district. As far as tutoring, I think someone asked about tutoring. Pearson offers that. They go one-to-one. They offer a one-to-one situation. But in addition, and this goes back to what I said about the district or the safeguards that are in place, the students can come to the district. All they have to do is reach out to the point of contact, and they can receive face-to-face help in person from district personnel. So Pearson covers that as well as the district. We also have, now I was a secondary teacher, so I'm not as familiar with carpet time, but Pearson does have a carpet time for K3 or K4, right? And then there's a homeroom class for 5-8 that's offered, and those students are in there on a daily basis. I may have skipped some questions, so I'll finish there and see if anybody has any questions.
Okay, all right. Any questions over here? Anyone? Over here? Ms. Woods? All right. I think you've done a great job of covering the information. If you had it to do again, would you still use an outside provider, or would you go with a team at your co-op?
To be honest, I think I would use an outside provider with the teacher and the content. There was one concern of mine. I'm not young in age, but I'm young to the superintendency, only 2 years, and then first year as a co-op director. But one of my concerns was I knew individuals, like Ms. Swan said, that would come to the co-op to teach virtually, and I don't want to do that to my districts. That's one thing. I know I was a small school and it's hard to get a teacher. So that's one reason we didn't do it. But the other reason is because we just didn't know numbers. And I'll tell you, in the beginning, I had one district told me 300 kids. They've got one kid. So they have one kid virtual right now, I think. So if I'd have hired a staff, I could have been in a little bit of trouble there. Of course, with the uptick in COVID, we've seen a little bit of an increase, so I might have been okay. But that was a concern for me with hiring staff.
Okay, all right. I think that was my only question. So thank you so much for being here today, and thank you for what you're doing for your students.
Thank you.
So our last consortium is our Tri-Region Consortium. That's 3 co-ops against Crowley's Ridge, Northeast, and North Central. Gerald Cooper may be on the Zoom. I know Pam Castor, you might have to let her in. Dan, they're on the Zoom too, but I believe since they're principal, the main person here, Kathy Boland, to present today.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Boland.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon. It's about time for lunch, isn't it? I'm Kathy Boland, and I am the principal coordinator of the Tri-Region virtual program that consists of the 3 co-ops in the Northeast, North Central part of the state. To start with, kind of like Mr. Horn had said, when we first started completing the plan, it was kind of like we were just answering essay questions. We were going through answering those questions. But then when we got our plan back, because we had worked really hard and thought it was good, we had to dig deep and figure out how are we truly going to do these things and make them happen for our students, and how are we going to address that science of reading piece in there and make sure those students were getting that phonemic awareness, and that how are the schools going to support, and how are we going to keep contact and communication. So I know that was a lot of work, and it's been a long process, and for you and us both, but I feel like it helped us to develop a good program for our students in our area of the state. We support 21 school districts from that area. We have around 200 students at this time. Right now, like I think maybe Bethany said, our numbers go up and down. Some students decide it's better to go back to school, and then some decide, if they want to come. But we have around 200. We do have the capacity to serve more as needed. We, like the other co-ops, we sold slots to figure out our budget to see how much we would need for each student. So we had to get a number, and that changed. We kind of had a hard deadline also in the spring, and then we kept moving that deadline as COVID changed. So we tried to accommodate as much as we can. Right now we have, ours is a little bit different. We've decided to develop our own curriculum, so we're not using an outside source. We have 1 teacher per grade level. So we have 10 teachers total hired right now, and we did that. We didn't hire as many as what our numbers that we had sold slots, but we knew we could add more if we needed, but we have more than what we need. We have 9 in our classrooms, 1 kindergarten class, 1 first, and then 2 second, a 3rd, 4th, 2 5th, and a 6th. And our numbers, it's about 20 to 1 in kindergarten, and then 25 to 1, kindergarten to 2nd, sorry, and then 25 to 1 3rd to 6th. We have that 10th teacher. She is helping develop curriculum. She helps me in meeting with teachers to help them with digital strategies. We did a lot of that before school started, but then now that's kind of what she's doing a lot of right now. We've researched curriculum, just like the CKLA Amplify is what we're using for our reading, literacy, writing piece. and it's on the recommended list by DESE. It's a very good program, but then also we're supplementing with Lexia Core 5, and that really addresses those components that might have been lacking, and then also Heggerty for that phonemic awareness in K1. For math, we're using illustrative mathematics. I was a math specialist prior to this position, and so a lot of the professional developments we did, we based a lot of ours on lessons out of illustrative mathematics because it's a great support of, it really works in those Arkansas standards for math, and it has a lot of that discussion and things that we want our students doing in a math classroom. So that's why we decided to choose the illustrative mathematics. So the teachers are using that to use for their math. So we're developing the curriculum, and I try to make time every day to get into at least 2 or 3 of the classrooms just to see what's going on. It's great to see. I'm a secondary background, but I've really had to it is the first time I was in a first grade classroom on there. It was very interesting. Had 22 little faces on there, and they're just being kids. But we have a learning coach or a facilitator, parent, grandparent, whatever you want to call it, with every student. And our teachers are doing a great job of encouraging that and making sure, can you get your parent to help you do this? Or, is mom there? Is dad there? And if not, they set up a meeting and figure out, we need you there with your child. I have to brag on our teachers. I didn't realize there were that many good quality teachers that wanted to do virtual. I figured they all wanted to be in the classroom. But we have some great teachers who are putting in day and night hours. And I talk to them from 6:30 in the morning till 10:30 at night, sometimes off and on, just about different issues. I think our biggest piece that I've been happy with is our school district support. We talk to whether we have a point of contact, and that could be a principal or a counselor, a curriculum director, but we have that point of contact that we gave that list to the teachers. This is who we talk to at the school, but it's been such a bigger group of people that we've communicated with. We've had to work with the principals if they're not. We've had to work with the counselors, the e-school person, because of getting things, setting that up with our teachers. The special education teachers, that has been a lot more than I expected. But they're very willing to work with us and help us help their students. I feel like everybody from our teachers, our specialists at the co-op, and then the everybody at the school districts and the parents and families have those students' best interests at heart. So I feel like that's what I've been the most pleased with this is kind of like I think Tammy said, we have 204 students right now, and I think I could tell you every one of them by name and something about them and what's going on with them, because it's a keep up with their grades. They communicate with the parents, families at least once a week, and most of them it's more than once a week because the families are involved and they want to know what's going on. So at least once a week we've had to, because we're using our own curriculum, we're using Google Classroom, so everything we've done, we've had to create spreadsheets and reports and grades and make sure that confidentiality is there so that only the people from this school district see those students. So there's been, every time we do something, it makes us realize there's 10 more things to do to make that happen. So it's been a great learning experience for me and for our technology people at the co-ops. But that communication piece with everybody, I feel like has been our biggest, our best thing that's come out of this. So do you have questions or?
I bet we do. Okay. We'll start over here. Anyone over here have questions?
I am an illustrative fan, so I would just like to request data as you implement that program. I would love to know how it goes over with the students.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm excited about the data too. I'm wanting to see.
Any other? Dr. Rankin?
Thank you for that report and for the hard work that's gone in building a program from the ground up. And I'm so impressed that you're so connected individually with literally a couple of hundred students. I mean, that's pretty amazing. And that you pop in and out. of the sessions. I think that value probably cannot be overstated, how important that is for relationship building and just support across the board. Teachers, students, parents see that. I think that's amazing. And I just had a quick question. It made me think, do you also see that popping in and out at the district level? Like, do you see that representation where occasionally students would see their principal pop in and out of a classroom or their superintendent pop in and out? I was just curious about that.
In the Zooms? Or
Yes.
Yes, we have had some principals from a couple of the districts, and we shared all of the Zoom links with them so that they, so that they had that option. And we have had, from 2 of 3 of our districts especially, we've had some. And I feel like that's something we talked about. We've made that available to everyone, but everyone hasn't taken advantage of it yet. But yes, we have had some.
I love that idea just for keeping those relationships strong, especially if students end up going back to in-person instruction, being on campus. They haven't lost that relationship building. But it's neat that I feel like you all are filling in the gap with that and building that sense of community in a new way.
Yes.
So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sutton? Over here, anyone? Ms. Woods? Okay. All right. And I kind of asked the same question. You decided as a group to develop your own curriculum. Would you make that same choice again, or would you go with a package instead?
When we first started, like August, and it was, anticipation of school starting, I was thinking, oh my gosh, what have we done? Maybe we should. But now that we've gotten into it and I've seen how passionate the teachers are about it and how it's going, I think I would make the same choice again of building the curriculum.
Okay.
We know the standards, and the teachers know, the kindergarten, first grade teachers, they know those standards like, they probably eat, sleep, and dream about them. But they're doing a great job with making sure those standards are being met, but also in fun and engaging ways. The students are engaged. So yes, I think I would make the same decision. I'm not sure about the rest of the directors, but I think my vote
I
would
think
be
it fits the situation because you're keeping your class size numbers small, where the teacher can then develop the curriculum. But in other cases where the class size numbers may be larger, like Ms. Swan was talking about, it fit better to have the developed curriculum that monitors students. So, I think that's what we do all across the state. We make what we do fit our individual needs, and so that sounds like what's happening. So thank you so much for coming today and presenting to us. And I don't know if any of the ones that are joining online have any comments that they wanted to add from your member schools and districts. I'm not hearing anyone speak up, so I guess not. Okay. Well, thank y'all all for joining us this morning from the Tri-Region. I know we had one more co-op Northwest that they're not on, and maybe they can just send us something via email or a one page, something similar to kind of let us know what's going on with them. So thank all of you directors taking time out of your day to be with us today. We really appreciate it, whether you're here in person or online with us. We appreciate your time, but more than that, we appreciate the efforts that have gone into this. I know it's not been easy, and sometimes the things that we ask you to do and go back and do and then go back and do made it difficult, but we all wanted what was best for students, and we had that in common. And so we really appreciate your work and all that you've done. So thank you for being here this morning. With that, I think since it is afternoon, this would be a good time to break for lunch. Mr. Keith?
Before we leave that item, I think since it's on the action agenda, we probably just need a motion and a vote to accept the report.
Okay. So we need a motion to accept that report then. Okay, a motion by Ms. McFetridge. Second. Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, all right. So now I think we'll break for lunch. It is 12:30, just hit there. So how about 1:45? That would be enough time then? No? 1:50, what did I say? No, not 1:45, 1:15, no. Thank you. About 1:15. All right, we'll see you back. I was thinking 45 minutes. All right, we are going to move on to our afternoon agenda. And the first thing on our agenda for the afternoon are digital learning applications and waivers. Ms. Hart.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Tally Harp. I'm a part of the DESE's Public School Accountability Team. And so we're going to get right into this. We have several applications for you guys today. The first two are two districts who already have an approved, state board approved plan with you guys. They are just requesting additional grade levels. That is Kirby and Lone Oak. Are there any questions for either of those districts?
Okay, we'll check and see. Any questions about Kirby or Lone Oak to my left? Over here? Ms. Woods?
No, ma'am.
Okay, no questions?
Okay. Can we get a motion for those two schools, please?
Okay, all right. Do we have a motion to approve the waivers?
Motion to approve.
Okay. Mr. Sutton made a motion to approve the waivers for Kirby and Lone Oak.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, item C, is Rivercrest. They already have an approved high school charter digital learning application. They do not, so this is their K-8 district level application. So are there any questions for Rivercrest?
Okay. So Rivercrest only. Questions? Okay. If not, then we need a motion for Rivercrest.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Sutton.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, thank you. The next 5 school districts also already have an approved digital learning application. They have just submitted an addendum to add additional grade levels. That is Clarendon, Nettleton, Concord, and Poen. Are there any questions for any of these districts?
Okay, so we're looking at 5 districts: Clarendon, Nettleton, Concord, and Poen. Any questions on any of those 5?
Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm
Yep,
sorry.
you're
4.
right. Just
Oh, and Huntsville. I'm sorry.
Huntsville,
Huntsville
okay.
goes in that group. My
All right,
apologies.
so we're
On the
going to add
next page.
Huntsville to the group. So we're looking at Clarendon, Nettleton, Concord, Poen, and Huntsville. Any questions on those? Not hearing any questions, Dr. Moore? No, okay. So we're ready for a motion for these 5.
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Rankin, seconded by Ms. McFetrich. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, the next group, we have 10 districts. These are brand new applications, and they are not participating in a consortium, so they are doing their own program. That is Hampton, Lakeside Garland County, Paris, Hope, Eureka Springs, Maynard, West Fork, Pocahontas, Nashville, and Cotter. So are there any questions for any of these districts?
Okay. I think we'll slow down a little bit since these are new and they are doing their own. I'm going to ask questions one at a time so we don't rush anyone. Anyone have a question on Hampton?
Ask a general question.
Okay.
Are these ones that we approved last month to have the initial waivers?
Yes, ma'am. These are the ones that they did the one sheet addendum.
Okay, so they already have students enrolled.
They have the waivers. If they had started students in a digital program, they had to follow those guidelines.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So questions about Hampton? Lakeside Garland County? Go back to Hampton. Okay, we do have a question on Hampton.
I'm sorry.
Can we just pull it and then we'll come back and ask questions in just a minute? Okay. All right, so we're going to pull Hampton for right now. Lakeside Garland County. Okay. Paris. Ms. Woods, I hope you'll speak up if you do have a question, okay?
I will, thank you.
Okay. Hope. Eureka Springs. Maynard, West Fork, Pocahontas, Nashville, Cotter. Okay, let's go ahead and approve those 9, and then we'll come back to Hampton in just a second, okay? I'm assuming we'll approve those, let me say it that way. Do we have a motion to approve those waivers for those 9 districts? And do you need me to list them again, or if you got it? Okay. Have a motion?
Motion to
I'll move
approve.
to approve.
Okay, Mr. Sutton made the motion and seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, let's look at Hampton.
And I believe that Superintendent Worley was on earlier from
Mr. Worley,
Hampton.
I thank you for joining us. We can't hear you. I think you're... There we got you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Ms. McFetridge?
I've got my high school principal and elementary principal in the room with me, so.
Okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am. My question is, you did not have a figure in the class size waiver that you're asking for. You do not expect the virtual remote students to exceed the rules, but you're also asking for flexibility. And to me, that we're leaving it pretty wide open, and I'm not always comfortable with that. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, we're a very small school district. We've got about 515 students, K-12. Last year, we ran about 15% who were being remote students. This year, we're about 8% who have elected to go remote. So with our percentages that low of remote students, I don't anticipate us having to pay our class size student to teacher ratio without remote learning is relatively low, and there's no teachers that are even in close to the 150 number or the max in the classroom for the elementary student level. So we don't see, unless we get an influx of kids, which that happens, I'll be jumping up and down. But unless we get an influx of kids, we're not going to get close to needing that waiver. But one never knows what happens in the school business.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions about Hampton? Okay, we need a motion then for Hampton. Okay, we
Hampton.
have, Ms. McFetridge has made a motion to approve the waiver for Hampton. Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Mr. Worley.
Okay, our next 10 applications are all new applications. They are all part of the Arkansas River Consortium. And that is Two Rivers, Nemo Vista, Perryville, Whitman, Lafayette County, Pottsville, Caddo Hills, Atkins, Wonderview, and Mount Vernon Enola. Okay, are there any questions for any of those districts?
Okay, so we are looking at these 10, and they are all choosing to join Arkansas River, and I think if they had high school, they were doing virtual Arkansas. Any questions about any of those specifically? Do I need to list each one of them? Any questions? Okay, then we are ready for a motion for these 10.
So moved.
I have a motion for, from Dr. Rankin to approve the waivers for these 10 school districts.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we're down to Hot Springs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the next application is a new application from Hot Springs School District. and their application is with the Dawson Consortium. Are there any questions for Hot Springs?
Any questions over here for Hot Springs? Anyone over here on my right have a question for Hot Springs? Ms. Woods? No? Okay. Then we are ready for a motion. Okay, and we have a motion by Ms. McFetters to approve Hot Springs Digital Learning Plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Any opposed? All right.
Okay, our next application is also a new application, part of the Guy Fitner Consortium, and that is Lavaca School District.
Okay. Any questions on Lavaca? Don't see any. Then we're ready for a motion. Anybody awake?
I'll make that motion. So moved.
Moved by Dr. Rankin to approve the digital learning plan for Lavaca. Seconded by,
I'll second it. Whomever.
y'all awake, okay. Ms. McFetters, all in favor? Any opposed? All right. Ms. Smith, we expedited. All right, we finally got it down. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the department. We went through that quickly, but I don't want to fail to recognize the hard work that went into making sure all those plans and all those questions that we had all those different sessions ago were answered. So thank y'all so much for doing that. But because expedited wasn't easy, but we got there. All right, so we're going on to charter application. Mr. Johnston.
Good afternoon, Tim Johnston, DESE Charter Unit. As a reminder, the State Board is deciding whether to review or not review the Charter Authorizing Panel's decisions. On August 17th and 18th, 2021, the Charter Authorizing Panel approved the open enrollment charter school application for IDEA Public Schools, Arkansas, to open 2 campuses for the 2023-2024 school year, or academic year. Premier High School of Fort Smith to open 1 campus for the 22-23 academic year, and Arkansas Military and First Responders Academy to open 1 campus as well for the 22-23 academic year. The board may approve these as a group. If the board has any specific questions related to individual applications, we can pull that one and approve the others, and we do have school representatives available either in Zoom or in person.
Okay. All right. We'll see if we have any questions. Does anyone have a question about IDEA? Dr. Moore, you going to have questions on that one? No. No questions over here? Ms. Woods? No? Okay. Then questions on Premier High School? Ms. Woods? No? Okay. And then questions on Arkansas Military and First Responders Academy? Okay, we have questions on that one. Okay, so let's approve or see if you want to approve the first 2, the IDEA Public School and Premier High School. Remember, our motion is to review or not review.
I'll do the motion to not review.
Okay, we have a motion to not review IDEA and Premier High School.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so now we have questions on Arkansas Military and First Responders Academy.
Yes, and Don Hall is available on Zoom.
Mr. Hall.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us.
Honored to be.
All right.
Yes, I know this is not a hearing. I did listen to y'all's hearing with the charter panel. But I was curious. I know you having track record in other states with this school model. I'm interested in female enrollment in your schools and that outreach. because traditionally, as I look at it and as I read the name, I know that probably more males would be attracted to it. And so I didn't hear that talked about before, so I wanted to hear a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Great question. What we have found historically is that because of the design of the program, being project-based, being first responder-oriented, military-oriented for JROTC, really you'll find the demographics are representative of the student population as a whole with regard to gender, ethnicity, and any other categories or variables that we group students within. And so you will see that it's about a 50-50 mix, 60-40 on the most disparate end. If you look at most of your ROTC programs in your high schools today, you'll see it is pretty well balanced as well. And that's become more and more the norm. The program also is designed to have a very heavy college prep emphasis. And as we've been doing a lot of work in public education over the past decade to increase female representation in the sciences and mathematics areas. So that would be a focus for us as well, is to ensure that every student is given appropriate access and encouragement to apply and to be included in the opportunities. So for us, it's about all students should have that opportunity if they choose to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Hall. And we're excited about the future of what this is going to do in our area. So thank you. So I think we're ready for a motion to review or not review this Arkansas Military and First Responders Academy. Okay, we have a motion not to review by Ms. McFetters. Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Hall.
You're very welcome. We look forward to being a part of the community.
Thank you.
All right. So we are to a one-year standards waiver. Ms. Kaufman?
Ms. Newton and board members, I am happy to introduce to you one of our new members of the Public School Accountability Team, Dr. Matthew Sutherland. He is the coordinator of standards and system support and over charter schools. So he comes to us highly recommended, and he has not disappointed us.
Good.
So we are super happy to have him, and he'll introduce our next action item.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Sutherland. We're glad that you're joining our team.
Thank you very much. So what I have here is Bryant School District has submitted a request for a waiver for standard 4F. This is a one-year waiver, and it's for a library media specialist in the event of an enrollment increase. So they're looking to do this just for the junior high for next year.
Okay. It's for the current year, school year that we're in?
Yes, for this full year.
Okay. All right, we'll see if we have any questions for Bryant. On my left, anyone have a question? Over here on my right. Ms. Woods? No questions? Then we are needing a motion to either approve or deny the one-year standards waiver for Bryant Junior High. I'll move to approve. Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Moore.
And I'll second.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
We are ready now for rules.
Yes,
Ms.
we are.
Freno.
Thank you, Ms. Newton, Lori Freno. And the division is requesting that the board release for public comment the DZ rules governing annexation and consolidation of school districts. You'll notice there are only certain sections of the rules we're putting out for public comment. Reason being is this is a big, huge bunch of rules, but really we only needed to change one section to incorporate provisions of legislation that was passed in the 2021 session. And this would be pending governor's office approval.
That's what our motion needs to say, release for public comment pending governor's office approval.
Yes, so that when if you all approve this today, we will then immediately send it to the governor's office. Once it comes out of the governor's office as approved, if they approve it, then we will put it out for a 30-day public comment period.
Okay, all right. So we need a motion to approve or not approve the Division of Elementary Secondary Education Rules governing, no, I'm on the wrong one. No, that's right, annexation and consolidation of school districts.
I'll make that motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve by Dr. Rankin. Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And now we're looking at the rules on the Arkansas Tutoring Corps. Ms. James.
Good afternoon.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Whitney James with the department. I've met some of you, but not all of you. Today, the division is requesting the release for public comment of the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education rules governing the Arkansas Tutoring Corps, pending Governor's Office approval.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I have Dr. Missy Wally with me too as well.
All right. Any questions?
I have a question, and
Yes,
it might have been, I know we had a presentation on it last month, but it's in the rules it said only math and reading tutors. Is it going to be limited specific to math and reading, or can there be other subjects as well?
That is actually in the legislation, that is in the act, so that's
Okay.
why it's in the rules.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we're ready for a motion.
I'll move to approve pending Governor's Office approval.
Have a motion by Dr. Moore. Seconded by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. James.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Saraceni, rules governing eligibility and financial incentives for Arkansas Leadership Academy.
Carly Saraceni, AC. I'm here before you today. Desi is asking for release for public comments. These rules pending governor approval, and I have several on here.
Okay.
These are the first.
All right. Any questions on my left?
I did. So these rules, were they being changed because of a law change or because of just?
They haven't been changed in quite some time, and
Okay.
we're updating them and making sure that the old rules really were catered toward the other vendor, and so we just made them to where these are our rules that we wanted to just make sure that they follow and align our initiatives.
Okay, that makes sense, but I know having been a part of, and I know that's not you, but I feel like that should have been done before the RFP was put out, just having been a part of that RFP process. So I don't know if we're thinking about rule changes in the future. But I think there are some things that I think as a part of the RFP committee, we would have liked to have that discussion. But it is what it is there. As far as are there any major changes to?
There's not many major changes. We have just kind of cleaned it up, and that we're making sure that the rules meet, again, the new RFP and everything that's in it. The one thing that is changing, it's not a major change. It was 1 year. You have to be a principal or an administrator for 1 year, and preference will be given to the 3-year, but it will be a case-by-case basis, and that will not be us, it will be the vendor. It will be at PSRC, and we just made it more clear. I think sometimes the clarity, and we just tried to clean it up to make it more clear so that when you start getting the bonuses, that it's step by step, and we try to make that very clear. because sometimes I think the confusion about high-needs school, it's not just a high-needs school, but we wanted to make sure you go back to the law and it also says academics. And so we just made sure we clarified it and that we matched what was in ESSER. We worked with Deb Kaufman's group.
How many years do they get that bonus?
The bonus, well, it depends.
Okay.
And that's why we wanted to make it very clear. If you're not working in a high needs, high academic needs, not just poverty, but academics, then it's $9,000 a year up to where you can have $45,000, which is 5 years. Okay? And that's after designation. And so the process, and we try to make that clear in these new rules, is you go through phase 1, it's master principal phase 1, and then you apply, if you want to go on to phase 2, then you apply to phase 3. And then once you complete phase 3, you have the option to designate. And the designation is when the bonuses come in.
Okay, and that's when, if you're in a high need, you could get up to $25,000 a year.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why we wanted very clarity.
Certainly. Okay, thank you.
Well, Carly did touch on it, but I was going to point out, we continue to find rules that have references to No Child Left Behind this many years after the new ESSA plan has been adopted. So, and again, this was one of those where we found references. And consider too, my recollection is the Master Principal Program was another response under No Child Left Behind for school improvement and encouraging school leaders to go into those hard to and develop school leaders in those harder to reach areas. This really just modernizes a lot of that effort as well.
And they haven't been changed since 2014, so it's a long period of time.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I had a question. Talking about the bonus and the way it's paid out, it makes reference to provided funds are available or something like that. So the question is, if someone's in the program, I assume the funds are set aside for those that are in anticipation they'll complete the program. In other words, they didn't do all this for naught.
Subject to appropriation of the legislature. That's what that phrase is in there for.
Is that what it said?
Yeah, so if legislature didn't fund that line, then there wouldn't be any funding available. So that's a common phrase to a number of programs, that it helps hedge our bets in case there's something that happens and the legislature just zeroes a line item out. Then there's no obligation or there's no commitment to continue paying that because there's no funding and appropriation for it. So I don't know that it's ever happened, but I will say that it's one of those things that protects the department, and it lets the participants know that there is a legislative action that has to take place.
Dr. Rankin, did you have a question? Okay. Any other questions? All right. So we need a motion to approve releasing for public comment pending Governor's Office approval.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. A motion by Dr. Rankin. Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Ms. Saraceni, you're still going.
Yes, I am. Next up is the background checks, and this was...
Well, I think, did we skip
wait.
one? National Board?
Oh, National Board,
Okay.
yes. I was going to try to skip that one.
All right. We have a lot of unhappy people if you skip that one.
I know. National Board, again, it was just cleaning up, you know. We changed from like division to DESI, those kind of cleanups, not very much at all.
Okay. Any questions about the National Board rules?
Just want to double check. So it's changing a little bit of the processes, but it's not changing the amounts?
No,
Okay.
no. There were dates that had already gone by, because when the change was back in 2017, and so we just struck those dates out because it's just cleanup.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Okay. Any others? Okay. Then we need a motion to approve pending governor's office approval.
To approve pending governor's office approval?
Okay. A motion by Dr. Moore. Seconded by Ms. McFetrich. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Okay.
Now background checks.
Yes, now background checks. This was not something that came about with us, but the state police, as of July 27th, is no longer accepting paper cards. It all has to be electronic, so we had to kind of just change our rules to match that new law. They will accept reciprocity, which is out of state.
Okay.
And that's the only exception.
Okay. So this is just for the digital fingerprinting now. Okay.
You know, many years ago, we asked for it, but we didn't mandate it. Well, now the state police, and they will not accept it from anyone, not just us.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to release these pending governor's office approval? Okay. Motion by Ms. McFetrich.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor?
Aye.
Do we need to wait on our secretary here? Okay, we're going to wait just a minute.
Okay.
How about let's take a 10-minute break? Would that break your heart, Miss Saraceni?
No.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break until 2 o'clock.
See, is that the agenda?
I'll put them at the end of our
Well,
agenda.
see, that's why I've got this, because I didn't think I could see them both.
Yes. So I'm just toggling back and forth on my screen. Yes, sir. Mr. Sutton.
Raise your hand if you're over 68.
There, guys.
Get you fired up.
Okay. Is there a
It's getting closer.
yes?
Or should we still like that does keep it clean using your iPad.
Yeah, you're right.
It'll be the day after the first one.
That's how I do it.
Yeah, Johnny, I only had 6 years.
We met that Friday, didn't
No, you're going to stay right there as long as it stays red, right?
we? I'm pretty sure we did. Because I stayed last night. Yeah, okay.
Who's your
All right, we're going to come back and Gina, Ms. Wendell, I know you said the minutes are up, but the revision for the Thursday is there, but then there should be a Friday meeting the next day. Okay. Right. There should also be a Friday one, so we're going to hold those minutes to be approved for a little later. Okay. All right. So on our agenda, we're to number 9 of Part 7, rules governing the Code of Ethics for Arkansas Educators. Ms. Saraceni.
Carly Saraceni, AC. Again, we did some cleanup. The only major thing is we changed some time limits because if you remember correctly, last year we were having a length of time issue, and I can now say that it's down to way less than 100 days.
Okay.
I mean, and it's awesome. And
Good.
so this really limits it so that we never get into that place again.
Good. Good. All right. So we need a motion to approve for public comment pending Governor's Office approval. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Rankin,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Educator licensure.
Again, we're asking for a release for public comment. We have had some changes. There are not a lot, but you may remember due to legislation, we had to put in here a highly qualified professor pathway due to law, and so that is kind of based off the PPTL. It's just not going to a provisional, it just goes straight to a standard.
Okay.
With 3 years of experience, it's labeled in there, and it's kind of on your what we talked about, the little summaries, if you kind of look through there, and it tells you exactly what section so that you can go and look for the details.
Okay.
Okay. Another one that we're looking at, you know, you're always asking us for data, and currently we get our data from our EPPs, higher ed, from Title II, and that is a year to 2 years old. They're putting in now last year's. So it's always 2 years behind, so we
Ms.
are at
Saraceni, EPP, just to make
EPP,
sure everybody
okay.
knows what we're talking about.
educator preparation programs. These are your traditional at our IHEs, our higher eds, and then we also have some non-traditional like Apple that we have. We have our MATs. We have several other little routes that are out there. And so we are wanting to do, in these rules, we talk about a state review. In the past, we haven't had a state review, and so we want to start having a state review, and we talk about that. Other states are going to that because it used to just be NCATE, then it was CATE, and now it's AQUIP, and so we're going to do a state review. This is what is happening across, where we go in and do a quality check of the educator prep programs, whether they're traditional or non-traditional.
Will that start this school year?
This year, we are going to pull our stakeholders together, and we're going to build it and design it and
Okay.
develop it.
So develop this year, then implement next year?
Yes, we hope to pilot next year.
Okay.
And so that's probably one of the majors, besides the high qualified professor route. That's really, and then we've just had some cleanups along the way. And that's really, and we added the early childhood pre-K first time licensure area. And we did that in response to, several years ago, we went from K4, P4 to K6. And that was so that we could have 5th and 6th grade teachers. And then now we don't have a lot of pre-K teachers. And we did not have this first time license. And so the need is there, and that's what we're doing. And so those are the, again, it's more cleanup. Those are the major changes.
Even though these rules technically are not into effect, the highly qualified professor route is already available?
Yes,
Okay.
because it was within law, legislation.
All right. Any questions about licensure? Okay, then we are ready for a motion.
I'll move to approve. Pending governor's office approval.
Okay, have a motion by Dr. Moore. Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Hyatt, a good thing to end our day on.
The rules governing the standards for accreditation of Arkansas public schools and school districts are ready to be released for public comment pending governor's office approval. And just a reminder, these will also go through a stakeholder group, and they'll go to joint ed, the Senate and House committees on education, before there's a final version. So there's additional steps for review. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Major changes?
Most of the changes, well, some of the changes are in response to legislation, Act 688, which was the school start date. We included that in the piece about instructional days to allow for the new alternative calendar. And then also the computer science legislation, which was Act 414, about must have a computer science credit for graduation and must have a computer science teacher at each high school. Those components have been added. The rest of them are really cleanup. We separated class size and teaching load into 2 separate standards as opposed to 1, so it's easier to monitor if someone just has a waiver of 1 piece. And then a couple of making sure we had the correct, whether it was citation or probationary or a district versus a school, if there was a violation.
Okay. All right. Any questions over here for Ms. Hyatt? Here? Ms. Woods? No? Okay. Then we are ready for a motion.
I will move to approve.
Move to approve by Dr. Rankin. Second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor? Any opposed?
So I wanted to wait until the end.
I'm
because,
sorry, I stole your thunder.
No, that's okay. It's fine. Because I just knew she was at the end. We are going to miss Mary Claire. I didn't want this opportunity to get by me without making some comments publicly, for the record, about what she has meant to this agency. We have seen her confidence and knowledge grow considerably. She brought to us a lot of great knowledge. Her advocacy for her positions and for her for students. And that's what's so impressive. And I think that's why she, one of the chief characteristics that made her attractive to the school district, Ms. McFetridge, that we shall not name today, but they do have a purple dog as their mascot. But Mary Claire, we are going to miss you. You have given great service to the state, to this agency, and wish you all the best. And as you join a growing list of former agency attorneys that are now at a school district, but we do appreciate you and look forward to your great success.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And bye.
All right, do we have any new business? Okay, I know I just gave you a break, but I'm going to give you another break so Miss Sharon can gather up all of her stuff and you can walk around a little bit. So we're going to take about, how about to 2:25? That work? Okay, all right, 2:25.
I want to hear the problems.
Because I didn't write it down, I forgot that we were supposed to come back to the minutes, and because we've already stopped our action agenda and Ms. Sharon has left, we're going to put the minutes from this month on next month's consent agenda. So we're just going to move those to next month. And I hope that's okay with everybody. I just didn't write it down, so I forgot. So we're going to move on now to the reports. Does anyone from the board have something that you would like to share? Over here on my left? On the right? Ms. Woods?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move to our Teacher of the Year. Ms. Post.
Have I said how great it is to be Teacher of the Year for Arkansas?
Yes.
The opportunities, I just stand in amazement. I was honored to join your Susan Job on the Guide for Life podcast. That should be coming out here in, I think, about another week. I did that September 1st, and they said there's about a 2-week turnaround. So some of you have shared before that you would like to hear more of my story, more of my platform. So if you want to jump in on that, it was more just casual chatting, but we talked significantly about my platform. Stacy McAdoo, former Teacher of the Year, asked me to join the Teach Plus group and just kind of share a little bit of my story and passion to those teachers. That was a really good experience. A not so wonderful experience was throwing out the first pitch at the Travelers baseball game. In all the busyness of my life, I decided that I should get back into the gym, specifically work on some upper body strength, because the pitch was dead center, but I'd say 3, 4, or 5 feet short. It's out there on Facebook, unfortunately, if you'd like to go watch. I got to visit Lisa Academy, their Springdale campus, and taught a math class for their 6th grade students. Oh. That was interesting. I have a newfound respect for middle school teachers, because my group is definitely high school, but it was fun. And I was in there for an hour and a half teaching, which was unexpected, but you know, teachers roll with it. So 90 minutes of math, and they were so engaged. Such a great group of kids. And it was just neat to see another Lisa campus. I had visited the one here in Little Rock, but it was good to see what they're doing in Northwest Arkansas and just to hear about kind of their vision. Just last week, I was privileged to go visit CSTEP, and I don't know if you know about that. It is civilian student training, and having worked in alternative education, sometimes students will be court mandated to go to this program. It's kind of like a boot camp. And as a teacher, I had seen students leave to go to that program, and I didn't really know what happened when they were there. I just knew they went. Sometimes they didn't graduate, and they would come back to us at the alternative school. Sometimes they did graduate, and I'm thankful for this legislation that passed. If they do graduate successfully, when they go back to their hometown, they don't have to go to the ALE, the alternative school. They have the opportunity to start back at the traditional school. So it was really interesting just to see what their teachers are doing, what their program is about. And for me, it was a little bit personal too, because I knew that some of my kids had gone there. And that's just right here in North Little Rock, Arkansas. So I really recommend that if you ever get a chance to go there. You need your state ID. In the midst of all the busyness, I have decided to start my doctorate. One of the incredible advantages of becoming a state teacher of the year is that Walden University offers you a chance at a tuition-free advanced degree. So I have a couple of masters, but I'm going to get my doctorate in leadership and administration. So I started that this week. Again, it's just an incredible opportunity. I had expressed interest in a doctorate before, but the tuition for that level of degree, and if you look at teacher salary schedules, it's usually not that much of a difference in pay bump. I think maybe $1,000 a year is all. So it just wasn't worth it. But golly, just to have a tuition-free doctorate is incredible. So I'm starting that. And then the most exciting part is that we begin Teacher of the Year observations next week with 2 of our 4 finalists. So we will be hitting the road and starting to get in some classrooms and see what these incredible educators are up to. So that's all from me.
Sounds like you're not busy at all. We're very proud of you and the hard work that you're doing. All right, Secretary Key.
I have 2 really good updates for you today. First is an update on Smack Talk, and Dawn is here. I think we're going to present that, and then right after that, Dr. Pride and the RISE team, the literacy team, they are in the house, and I think you will really enjoy both of these. And Don, come on up, and we'll let you take it away.
Hey everybody, Don Benton, Research and Technology Assistant Commissioner, and we're excited that we're embarking on our 2nd year of the social media awareness campaign, which we call Smack Talk. And it was just kind of one of those things last year we did, thinking it'd be a year-long project and it'd be kind of fun and something we can do to try to help make our parents and students and teachers aware of what's going on out there in the world in social media, especially with all the increased digital presence and digital learning that's going on out there. You guys can understand, if you're parents, and I am, that those kids get a hold of stuff that you hope they don't. But also, there are many, many, many good things out there as well. So if you try to weigh the good with the bad, you got to learn how to navigate through the bad to get to all the wonderful, great things that are out there. So this year, there's a couple of new things that we're working on. We're going to work on a parent blog. We're looking at a contest where Mr. Steve, the Music Man, whom I just learned about this year, is going to be a cool competition for schools to maybe win an opportunity to have a free concert on campus with this guy who talks about social media and awareness. So we're super excited about that. So if you get a chance, I think the information in your digital presentation should show you, and you can go watch that video. And so kind of our theme this year is Be Cyberwise. We want you to be smarter when you're out there with your digital presence. One thing I remember presenting in front of about 800 kids at an FBLA conference a couple of years ago. And I had to remind them constantly that whatever you put out there in the digital format will be there forever. Even when you Snapchat something and you think that picture disappears, it may disappear from your phone and someone else's phone, but it's in the cloud and it's out there everywhere. So we want to continue pushing this forward. We've gotten some really good media attention about this, which is what our hope was, so that we could get the word out and get people more aware and thinking more in terms of what can I do to protect not only my kids, but myself as well, as a professional, as a parent, as a teacher, as an administrator. Whatever role you play, it's always good to be cyber-wise. So we're super excited about this. Without the help of Kim Mundell and the communications team, we wouldn't be where we're at today. KATV and some of the other news stations have picked up on this. It got way bigger. And I think Commissioner Key put it in one of his quotes that it went way bigger than what we expected it to. We just thought this was going to be kind of a fun thing to do, and it's turned into something that's been much, much greater than us. And that's what we want to do. We want to do things that may impact us right now, but we want them to grow and snowball and have a bigger impact on other people. And that's what we're seeing happen. And this year we're going to really push hard and try to get more information out there into the hands of the parents, because that's the critical piece that we were missing. We were talking to teachers, we talked to students a little bit, but we're never involving the parents. And that's the critical piece that we've been missing for some time. And now we're going to work really hard to get that done. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Well, Don, there are organizations and groups out there that are taking note of what Arkansas is doing there and reaching out to us now. Could you talk a little bit more about, the outreach that you're getting, your team's getting?
So what's amazing is initially when we kicked this off, we were having to find people. We were having to go search for people. And so, for example, last year we found out that Danielle Musselman was really an advocate for social media awareness. So we reached out to her, and then we've noticed there's been kind of a shift where organizations are reaching out to us now, wanting to know, how can we be involved? How can we be a part of this? So being cyber-wise, we're making sure, number one, that we vet these organizations. They're not just doing it for their own personal gain, that they're wanting to truly be a partner with what we're trying to do for Arkansas and even the nation. This should be bigger than that. And it's kind of cool because some of the folks that have reached out to us, some of my colleagues nationally in other states have said, how did you guys do this? And I said, well, I'm fortunate that I work for a secretary that kind of lets us do things and figure out things and learn as we go. I said, we just did it, and we just started working on it, and he gave us thumbs up. And by trial and error, we've created what we think is a good initiative, a great initiative, hopefully. But now people are seeing that we're getting some traction with this, and they're reaching out to us and wanting to be a part of it. Attorney General's office, they were working on some projects before. And like us, you're hitting this one group. And we didn't want to be siloed to just be in this one little lens. We wanted to be in more lenses. So now they're starting to reach out to us and see what we can do to help them and vice versa. So.
And it is something, this wasn't a directive from anyone. This was an idea that was birthed in the...
We had a book study.
There. And in that conversation under Don's leadership and the creativity of that team, they came up with the idea and then didn't stop with the idea. So we didn't add staffing. These are things that they are finding the time to add to everything else that they're doing. So I just want to brag on
And
Don,
I'd be remiss if I
on
didn't
Ray.
get Ray Girdler.
Yeah.
We gotta mention Ray about this, about pushing this
absolutely.
work. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of folks who are all over the state working with us, and we have a committee that meets every week or every other week talking about what can we do next, what can we do next, and we've created a pretty good presence on our own website for the Department of Ed, and there's just a ton of resources out there, and some things that gave me some really good aha moments for my own 13-year-old daughter as she's lurking around out there, and things that I can do and conversations. So Smack Talk was kind of the impetus behind this, because we wanted you to start talking smack with your kids and start talking about social media awareness with your kids, rather than just hiding from it or just pushing it away. You need to have a conversation. And I have better conversations today with my own daughter because of the resources that I've discovered through this process than I ever did before, because I just didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to approach it, and now I do. And now I have many more tools at my disposal than ever before. And they're there for you guys too. So, all right, is that good?
Anyone have a question for Don?
I just want to say I thoroughly enjoyed the Cyberwire
Video?
song.
Yeah, it's
Yes, I
pretty
did
cool.
tell Mr. Steve, thanks to him, that I've been humming that for 2 days solid now. So I will think about that before I click.
Absolutely.
But I thought that was really well integrated, how you brought all those elements in together. Lots of fun, and just kudos to you and your creative team.
Well, Dr.
I love
Rankin, we
seeing
realize
that.
we think something's cool to us, and we don't realize it might not be cool to the kids.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to find avenues where we could be a little bit more cool with the kids. And so he brings it, and he does a good job with it.
And I think it's important to note too, although many of these social media platforms have a minimum age of 13, I mean, we know better. Kids are at younger and younger ages are involved in these different platforms that are out there. So, as we are trying to communicate, Mr. Steve, definitely that's a communication with a segment that we need to get early. We need to get in early with that group. So, and the way we found him or he found us, I'm not sure exactly, but
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
A little
So,
bit of both.
but just say, look for this to continue to grow, to be more wide-reaching, and I appreciate the team and what
Absolutely.
they're doing on this.
Well, it's fun work.
Thank you. I'm sure you make anything that you work with fun. So
Well, we
you
try.
know,
We
the
try.
name says it all, Smack Talk.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
so, but anyway, we appreciate
All
the hard work.
I could think about was Larry Bird, and Michael Jordan, and Magic
Exactly.
Johnson, going back and forth at each other in the 80s and 90s. Smack Talk means something different now than
Yeah.
for us. So.
Well, a lot of folks volunteer a lot of their extra time to do this, and I say extra time, no one has extra time, but their time to work on this, and it wouldn't be possible without all these people working together.
We appreciate it very much, and it just seems like something that we're doing, but you don't realize the impact that you could make on a child to keep them safe from something that could possibly happen by taking the time to do this and put this initiative out for parents and teachers and even students. You can save a life,
Absolutely.
and we appreciate that so
That's
much
the goal.
because that's
That's
why
the
we're
goal.
here. It's
Yes,
for
ma'am.
students.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. And Dr. Pride is coming with our next report, and as she's coming, I want to point out, you all have heard from teachers for years, and some of you have experienced this, the notion of the rotating initiatives, whether they're from either a district or from the state or wherever it may be from, and I think there were some that thought that RISE would be something similar, that we'd do this for a couple of years, 3 years, and it would go away. And I don't know if y'all remember what I said. I said, as long as I'm commissioner, RISE is not going away. And we are very happy, very proud of the accomplishments that we've made so far, the foundation that this is creating, and although COVID slowed us down, it didn't stop us. And Dr. Pride is going to introduce the team that's here with her and proceed to tell you what's happening with RISE.
Thank you, Secretary Key. Tiffany Pride, Assistant Commissioner of Learning Services. And again, before I start this update, I want to recognize what I call change agents and champions of the work. And as you know, of course, our secretary just mentioned that he's definitely our change agent, as well as our deputies, Dr. Ivy Pfeffer and Ms. Stacy Smith. Of course, they're our change agents. And Stacy Smith, I would be remiss not to say this, that she was the assistant commissioner when they started the RISE initiative. And you know her, she's a fireball. She's gonna start something with lots of passion and ignite the cause. And I'm just here to keep the flame going and keep the cause going for our schools and our students. And I want to recognize our RISE team, who is not here today because they're out helping schools. They're led by Sandy Shepard. Also, another part of that team is Carol Herringer, Alicia Whiteside, Dallas Henderson, and Beth Talley. And then the fabulous, one of the most knowledgeable people I know in terms of literacy, Miss Vicki King, who leads dyslexia. I don't think there's a question I can't ask Vicki about literacy that she can't get me started, and if she doesn't know, she's going to find it quickly. So, and Vicki's been here a very long time leading our efforts around dyslexia, which really lit the fire around that, you know, we have too many kids that couldn't read. And some of those students may not have been dyslexic, but they had lots of the traits because our core was suffering. So that while we know we have students who need those dyslexia services, we also knew that our core was suffering, and we had to do something to support it. So Vicki has been here championing that work, and she continues to do that. And so Vicki King is here to, again, support me. If I have any questions that I'm not able to answer, she will definitely be able to support that, because she's been here along the way. Also, we have our CLSD team, which is our comprehensive state literacy development grant. It has a very long name. And they are associated with our $38 million grant, but it's all part of our RISE effort because it supports literacy. It's led by Amy Counts, and she's also, I have to brag right now, our resident graphic, I called her a graphic tier the other day, but she does all of the graphics. So everything you see in this presentation graphically, she designed it. She didn't just go steal it. She creates logos. She does all of these graphics. You know, she puts them together, pieces them together, and it just makes the presentation more engaging, and it sends the message that we want to send about our efforts around RISE. So we're grateful for her. We also have Michelle Johnson. She's our special projects coordinator, and she's new to us, but she's been supporting this work in her work from Henderson State as a STEM coordinator, and just she's keeping us all together on these projects, especially me. So she does a great job supporting us. And then also back here, Brandon Waddell, he's part of the CLSD unit. And we have put out lots of videos, bite-sizable videos, and I'll mention those in a minute, for our stakeholders. And he is the, I would say, champion of that work. He's the voice of a lot of our videos that you'll see on the RISE website. So Brandon, he sat in the back, he's being shot, but he's multi-talented. He works really closely, and I'll mention later, with our communities around RISE, around literacy. And then we have Dr. Brooke Butler, and she's also worked with us along the way. When I was the director of curriculum and assessment, she worked with me, and she's worked with us, and I'm telling you, she gets all the emails around our curriculum review. So she is a champion. So she takes all the emails, she makes sure that we are communicating effectively, and so I'm grateful for the team. And there are lots of people in learning services who, there's such a big concerted effort around the RISE initiative. Even Dr. Moore with mathematics, she has delved right in and done a fantastic job on how do you incorporate literacy into mathematics. And so it's an effort, a team effort. So, and I forgot, and they're not here, our pre-K RISE team. I don't want to forget Lori Bridges and Alicia Atwood, and they have a team of 12 or 13 people that support pre-K, and we have some new specialists, so there's a host of people. I could just go on and on with names. Did I leave anybody out? You good? Okay. You know, you hate to leave people out. So what you see here graphically is an ocean liner. And the team, when we got together, we said, you know, when we do this update, what could we liken the RISE initiative to? And we liken it to, our analogy for it is, it's like turning an ocean liner. And if you've ever been on an ocean liner or even a cruise ship, it's massive. And we know that it takes lots of coordination. We know that we've got to battle with tradition. You got to make sure the mechanics, all those things are in play. We've got to have the research. We've got to have a strategic plan. So when we think about RISE, we think about making sure that we're steering the ship in the right direction so that all of our students are actively literate, critical thinkers, and community engaged. And we know that starts with reading. So this is our analogy, and we thought we would start with that just so you kind of get the understanding of just all the pieces that have to come together to make sure that RISE is on course. And as the Secretary said, it's not going away. So I'm going to share a little bit in this slide deck about different milestones. Before I do that, here are the goals that have guided our work here at DESE around the RISE initiative. The first goal, sharpen the focus and strengthen instruction. And we know that was essential and key to make sure that our students are reading at each grade level. Goal 2, create community collaboration, because we can't do it alone. It takes lots of interdependence of all stakeholders, from the school stakeholders, families, us here at the agency, legislators. It takes everyone to create a community of collaboration. And then our third goal is to build a culture of reading. And we've got lots of milestones that will indicate that we're steering that ocean liner in the right direction. And so you see here our milestones, and they're just going to pop in, but I'm going to talk about each of these through this update. But I wanted you to get a picture sort of the timeline and the efforts that have been contributed towards the RISE initiative. So we launched RISE in 2017. And you see, again, we've been working on different aspects of RISE until this point. And as you know, we started in January of 2017. We launched it. Legislation supported that effort. And on to 2021, which I'll talk about, which I think is really, to me, the height of the RISE initiative, is the efforts around the community awards and our community involvement. Because without community involvement, our efforts won't sustain. So I'm going to I'm going to talk through each of these milestones in this timeline. And if you have a question, please feel free to stop me. So again, this is all about scaling the work. How do we focus on growth each year? From 2017, we knew there were lots of pieces to this puzzle. Beginning with K2 RISE training, making sure that we're involving higher education. You heard Carly Saracini talk about our educator preparation program, so they're also part of this effort. Another piece of this of growth and scaling the work is our training around 3-6 Science of Reading. We also have our 7-12 Science of Reading awareness training through Arkansas Ideas. We have our pre-K RISE initiative, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then again, and I just sort of alluded to the importance of the community in our efforts. And so we'll talk about how we have addressed that and scaled the work for RISE. And then Birth to 3. And so this update is really about the progress for the whole continuum, from birth all the way up into our aspiring teachers. So again, as I mentioned earlier, to ensure success with the implementation of the RISE initiative, we had a 2-phase approach. And phase 1 was all about training and making sure that teachers understood theoretically the science of reading. And they had some opportunities to be trained throughout the school year, not a one-shot deal, about the science of reading. And I think what's really key about phase 1 is that it's just not training. There's also coaching supports embedded. And so our regional specialists, our state specialists, they would train and then go into the school and support teachers with implementation. I have a personal experience with this because I was in a district as a curriculum specialist, and I was the first trainer in my district. And I thought, wow, this is amazing. I'm going to be trained, and then I'm going to have support as a trainer. So Kathy Mishuli, and she's retired. Again, she's another one of our literacy champions. She came and supported me as a trainer, supporting teachers in schools. And then I would in turn go into the school and support the teachers. And so that model is just much more effective. It's just not training and then sending you off to your own vices to try, because we know sometimes when we do that, we'll revert to what we know. It's human nature. But with the level of support provided through the RISE initiative in phase 1, it really sets them up for success for phase 2, which is all about demonstrating proficiency. And so you see here some of our metrics around training. We have numerous trainers across the state. We have lots of teachers who have completed training and been through the coaching process and still receiving support as needed. And then we have teachers who are still in the process. And we know that the pandemic slowed us down a little bit, but we kept it going. We do have a pathway that is totally online, supported digitally, but we still follow up with those supports. So we have multiple pathways to achieve phase 1.
But Ms. Brown, about what
Yes.
percent do you think that we are at with our K-6, specifically K-2? Are we getting close to being?
I'll have to think about the numbers of teachers that we have in K-6, and I haven't thought about that number. I was looking at some metrics earlier. I don't know if any of you know what percentage we may be at in terms of training. I'm not sure I know that number exactly. I know we have about, 33,000 certified teachers, so it depends on where they're teaching. So we definitely can look into that. I'm not sure of the exact percentage. But I do know that they're either in an awareness pathway or because that's required at least for licensure, or they're in a proficiency pathway. So, and I was remiss in saying that K-6 teachers have to demonstrate proficiency. K-12 special ed teachers have to demonstrate proficiency, and then our 7-12 teachers demonstrate awareness.
Right. I was just wondering if, because we put so much emphasis on K, especially at K2, K3, if we were getting close to making sure that we had a RISE trained teacher in every classroom, kind of how close percentage-wise were we getting to being there, I guess is what my question is.
And that's something we'll have to look into specifically in terms of metrics.
Okay.
We've been just sort of looking at our metrics in terms of training and how many teachers we're getting through completion. But again, you'll see in some other metrics that we do look at sort of how we're saturating the state in terms of support for literacy. But we know that most schools, most regions are doing multiple trainings. So that lets us know that training's going on in every region. We just have to narrow down exactly how many schools. We would hope that all of them, because they've got to demonstrate awareness. But we can look at that, get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if anybody knows that.
I know all of our cooperatives, educational
Cooperatives.
have trainers within them and
Yes,
monitor the schools in their areas and flag any districts that they have concerns about.
Thank you. And if you didn't hear that, somebody's online. Each cooperative they have trainers. Our regional specialists are definitely trainers, and some cooperatives have multiple trainers. So we know they're reaching their region, and they're very conscientious about supporting all of their schools in their region. But that's a great question. And also, as you see on the side there, we're still continuing to scale the work for those teachers and educators who have already completed their cycle of phase 1. And so we do a lot of standalone days to support different aspects, components of the science of reading. You see there, for example, in K2, phonological awareness, we know small group instruction is really important. And the use of the sound wall, which really came to be more prevalent during the science of reading days, really focusing on sounds and making sure that our students knew all of their sounds so that they could decode. And then you see K3, we have some standalone days around decoding, which is we want to make sure that our students can, number one, be very actively literate with the text, and then develop into some critical thinkers along the way, so that they feel confident that they can read, express themselves, and write to communicate. And then K6, again, you see some more standalone days that we have. And those are all related and help us to keep a focus on goals 1 and 2. And I have that at the bottom of this slide deck. It helps us to make sure that we're sharpening the focus and strengthening instruction. We know the components. It's a settled science. We know what works most of the time. And when we see that students may be struggling, we then jump to action to then assess and then see what is the service that they need. And then again, creating community collaboration. When we have shared knowledge in schools, the community collaboration within the school grows, and then that collaboration then spills out into the community. So this is really about building shared knowledge to make sure that everybody understands what does the science say about students learning to read. So phase 1 has been a lot of our work. It continues. It will never stop. As new teachers enter the field, we'll keep supporting them on these kind of theoretical and implementation factors related to the science of reading. And as we thought about all of the efforts that were being put into the science of reading to recognize schools is something essential. It's really great when we see schools who are moving fast. They are making sure that everybody has what they need in terms of training, material support, and just saturating the school. So the Rise Schools Awards were designed, let me put that up, to acknowledge schools that have fully embedded the science of reading into their instructional strategies in their day-to-day culture, and that they are really concerned at all costs about students reading. And so you see the map there on the side. Those are the Rise School Awards to date. And this, again, is a distinction that the entire school is saturated with these practices. And it takes a lot of effort. As you know, learning doesn't happen overnight. And so these schools have been recognized, and we fully expect over time that we'll see this map so inundated you won't know where it's pointing. And so just all of our regional people have been instrumental with this. Our administrators jumping on board, and I'll talk a little bit about support for administrators in just a minute. But again, this helps us to stay focused on our goals 1 and 3. Again, remember I said it was a 2-phase approach. So phase 1 is all about training. Phase 2 is about demonstrating proficiency. And in phase 2, one of the ways that you can demonstrate proficiency is through a RISE assessor. So a RISE assessor would be someone who serves in the capacity as an administrator in the normal scope of their day. Now, it doesn't mean that it's just going to be a principal. For example, I mentioned that I was in a school district as a curriculum administrator. So I was also trained as a RISE assessor, because I could support the school administrator who may be new and not yet able to recognize those what we call look-fors for the science of reading. So it's multiple people who in the normal scope of their day would be in the position to, I would say, evaluate a teacher around performance. So that's one way that you can demonstrate. The other, again, is through taking the science of reading proficiency assessment. We see that though this is one of the major ways, or I won't say the most popular way, but it's one of the ways that most of our administrators who were already in practice, we see them taking on the assessor role. And again, they have to serve in that capacity. And you see there on the graph, we have 1,100 RISE assessors across the state who have completed phase 1. That means they've completed somehow they've completed a training throughout a year. K2 is, I think, 1 year. You get it, no, 2 summers, 2 years, and 3-6 is 1 year. Or do I have that backwards? Yeah, they're not, yes. And so they've gone through at least one of those pathways in phase 1, and then they're going through phase 2 as a RISE assessor. And believe me, I was a RISE assessor trainer, and this is an in-depth training. So what we do in that training to support our administrators, we refer back to those things that they learned in phase 1, and we conceptualize it, contextualize it. And so we show them examples. We use what we call a smart card, and they're able to see what might they see in classrooms that demonstrates that a teacher is proficient in the science of reading. And it's not a one-shot deal for teachers, it's overtime. So again, this doesn't happen overnight, it's overtime. And as I talked about, teachers get training either over 1 year or the span of 2 years. Any questions on that?
I do have a quick question about your assessor training. Are you seeing those numbers pretty equally distributed throughout the state as far as those assessors, or are you identifying gaps geographically with place and space?
Yeah, so we kind of talked about this, and I've had several conversations with now who does the training is Sandy Shepard and Jennifer Barberie, and they do trainings all across the state in every region. And our directors and teacher center coordinators are very conscious about making sure that we're providing these RISE assessor trainings in every region. So they've been to every region. We know we have them pretty much. If we look at that, we have 1,041 schools and we have 1,100 completed. We just sort of make an approximate, we have an approximate, I would say, measurement that most schools have, or districts have, some type of assessor in their district. And given that we had more time for people to demonstrate proficiency, this helps us to train more people. Anybody else?
Our universities are now teaching SOAR to our new teacher candidates.
So that was also part of some of our support. Remember, I mentioned one of the pieces was in higher ed. They align their competencies to the science of reading. And we've also, through our CLSD grant, supported all of our universities with different aspects of the science of reading. And I would say we have all of them who can bring teachers, aspiring teachers through, have to be aligned to the science of reading.
So what phase then are they in when they graduate? Did you talk about that?
All right, so the way it's designed, after 2021, if I have my dates right, those aspiring teachers who exit educator preparation programs would demonstrate proficiency through the science of reading assessment. They would get their training through their higher ed experience because, again, the higher ed institutions are aligned to the competencies for the science of reading. And so then they would demonstrate proficiency and enter into the classroom with phases 1 and 2 essentially completed. And again, we know they're going to need support because real students in front of you and implementing something when you're fully there all the time is different than your student teaching. So there are lots of supports around that. Again, those one-day, I would say, professional developments that focus in particular on an area that a teacher may need more support, they could definitely attend those. And again, if they wanted to go back through a phase 1, they could with some of their teachers who are in their schools. So they come out of preparation programs prepared now. And that's our hope. And we continually, again, have extensions into higher ed to make sure that we are coordinating our efforts. I'm going to talk a little bit later about how the CLSD grant and those funds have really helped us to be conscientious in that area. And then with the support of Carly Saraceni, Dr. Edie Stewart, who work with Deans Monthly, we are always keeping our eye on what are those things we need to be coordinating together to support our EPPs as well as support our schools. I hope that makes sense. Did that answer your question? All right. All right, so I know I've been mentioning this comprehensive literacy state development grant. It's a mouthful, so again, we love acronyms, and I'll just refer to it as CLSD, led by Amy Counts, Miss Amy Counts. And this was a $38 million grant that was awarded to our state, and it has helped us to scale this work tremendously. And you see there, one of the things that was initiated from the very beginning were these working advisory groups, statewide working advisory groups. And one, again, is around institutes of higher learning, making sure that we are coordinating our efforts from the beginning with them and making sure that we're supporting. And another advisory group we have is early childhood. Again, we talked about that birth to 5 is really important. And then our focus on pre-K. And then we have another advisory group around community stakeholders. And that's all about our RISE Community Award and our Arkansas Imagination Library, which you're going to get really excited, I hope, in a minute when I tell you about that part. But all of these advisory groups are made up of different stakeholders across the state. They're from higher ed, they're from school districts. They're made up of different stakeholders. And so these groups, and I've attended so many of these, are very thoughtful. They know our goals related to RISE. They know the goals which related to the CLSD grant, which is to support literacy in the state. And they give us great ideas. And they have biannual meetings. And I'm telling you, we grow so much from these meetings. So this is one of the things that we know is important, is to have everyone involved. Again, shared knowledge is going to be an increase in the science of reading across our state. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the CLSD grant. There are so many things that this grant has helped us to do in terms of scaling the work. And so what we did, and again, we love acronyms around here. So you have the CLSD grant, which is the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. Again, $38 million there. And what we've done in terms of supporting literacy, we have, most of that money is sub-granted to districts or organizations. And so we call those our SOAR grants. And SOAR stands for Successful Outcomes for Arkansas Readers. So it supports our RISE initiative. And so that's making sure that we have those successful outcomes for Arkansas readers. And I don't know who, I think Amy came up with the acronym. Could have been both of us. We have a lot of think tanks. But anyway, again, this is subgranted out, and you see the first cycle, 14 million was subgranted. 65% of that was subgranted for K-5 schools, 35% to 6-12, and the impact there is 159,000 students. And again, that map there, we put that there just so you can kind of see geographically where those subgrants went in terms of our state. It is competitive. They do have to apply. And we're looking to support those schools that are in the most need first, and then subgranting other applicants after that point. You see that most of the funds that were spent through those subgrants were spent on high quality instructional materials. Whether that was around core literacy, reading intervention, or dyslexia supports. High quality professional development. Here's what we find so often, is that even if you have high quality professional materials, if the teachers didn't get the high quality professional development, it still puts them at a disadvantage. So we want to make sure that if there's opportunity, we want to make sure in general that teachers are getting the follow-up professional development and support that they need with HQIM. That's another acronym, high quality instructional materials, HQIM. This is why we have that generator for acronyms.
Dr. Pride, I just trying to remember seeing the RISE award schools and then seeing this map. It looks like to me there would be, if you were to layer those two, there would be overlap a lot. What are we doing to make sure those areas of the state that we're blank on the RISE awards, and then that are pretty much blank right here? What are we doing to make sure that those districts are getting involved in making sure that they've got RISE trained, good materials, and really some strong initiatives going as far as for RISE?
Yes, so one thing I would say is our support in the regions help us to be conscientious of where we need to add additional support, but also I would say, multiple points of data help us to do that. And when you're right, there are lots of commonalities of when you overlay this map to the other. I think one difference you might see is really if you look down in the south, we see lots of grants there. We look over one area that we saw that there weren't a lot of RISE schools that may be on the east side. I would say one thing is to know the data and our outreach. I'll say our second thing is outreach. Because we know data, we know where our regions are excelling and where they need support, we have outreach. And that's what Dr. Butler does, Brandon Waddell, and Amy Counts. They do lots of outreach to districts to say, hey, we have opportunities around subgrants for the science of reading. Okay. Please let us know if you'd like to take this opportunity. They walk them through the application if they need to. If they send an application and it doesn't have all the information, they'll call them up and say, hey, here's how you need to fill this out. So we do lots of outreach with these subgrants. And again, it's competitive and it's designed to help those students who, those school districts and students who may be, have lots of students who are struggling with reading. And so when thinking about that, those are several ways that we do.
I would just think that, when we're seeing an area that doesn't have, you want to make sure that we're reaching out, and not maybe asking or maybe just saying, why don't we let me help you apply and let's get a good grant going, to help your students.
Yes, ma'am. And that's one of the reasons we did the map, is so we're trying to be very conscientious of where is the disbursement of these subgrants. I always say, Amy, can you create me a map? She's like, sure, I can do that. So that we know that we are supporting, and we can see by this map there are areas that we may need more outreach. But we initiated, again, this is needs-based, making sure that those areas where students may experience, we may see students that are reading, I would say, struggling with reading, that we are reaching out and saying, we have an opportunity for you to apply for a subgrant to boost literacy in your school, whether that's through materials, through professional development, through resources, to support the science of reading. That's a great question. Thank you.
Are any of these funds used for interventionists or support coaches?
I think it depends. I might, Amy, you want to?
Yes, some of the interventionists
You want to come up so they can hear you? This is Amy Counts. Again, that's why I have her here, just in case she can tell you a little bit more about just where everything's going.
Yes, if a district requested that in their grant, it would fund reading interventionist or dyslexia interventionist. So it was possible for them to request that funding. We did caution districts to be mindful about continuing that funding because we didn't want them to become so reliant on it that when the grant went away that they weren't able to continue that position. So we did remind the district to kind of be careful with that.
That certainly makes sense. I can see both sides of it. I had the privilege of doing the training under Sandy, and it was fantastic. And I could see firsthand how you need further coaching. Even if you're a veteran teacher and have taught for a long time, and someone to go to throughout the process as you're either changing your teaching or adding on to your teaching. So I could see how that's needed, but also maybe not using grant funding in that sense. Thank you.
Amy, yes, Amy's really good at working with our districts.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay.
And we're about to come up on another cycle of subgrants. So $17 million to be awarded in between 2022 and 2024. And again, we'll do a lot of outreach for those districts who may not have had an opportunity. We'll probably see districts who have used those funds very strategically and seen gains reapply again. So definitely more work to support, more money to support the RISE initiative. All right, and so we're still talking about our CLSD grant and the impact that it's had on our RISE initiative. And what you see here is a chart, and of course the credit goes to Vicki King around the supports that the CLSD grant has funded to support students who have been identified as dyslexic. It's been utilized to pay for training, dyslexia curriculum, and resources. And so over the past 5 years, we've seen an upward trend of more students who have been identified as needing targeted support, which means that we are giving assessments. We are making sure that those students who have dyslexia are getting the supports that they need. So what you see here, if you start with kindergarten in the pink, on 2015-2016, you see that pink diagonal line going down. You can see an increase that group, when that group went to first grade, you see in 16-17 that number increased, and so on. And then if you look at second grade in 2015, you see the 1,210, and then you see an increase in 16-17 as they move to the next grade level. So what that means is, first of all, we know that schools are attending to assessment results. They're monitoring their students' reading growth, and if they see that students need support, they're providing those. And again, we look at those, we monitor those, these numbers. Again, they post their dyslexia programs, their numbers each year on their website. But not only that, Vicki King's in the region. She knows, I bet she could tell you about the whole state in terms of dyslexia. And then her regional support, they're well informed, and they're supporting their schools around this work. So the CLSD grant, those sub-grants, have helped schools to further support these students who may be dyslexic, who are dyslexic, and those who are showing markers early, they can catch them earlier.
But almost every grade in 2021 went down, except for a few. But do you think that's a indication of, well, I guess whether I went over it didn't, but in the lower grades, you think that was an indication of the pandemic, or?
Yes, I would say in terms of the pandemic, and you had students who, again, because instruction was different, may not have shown the gains that they typically would, and then you'll see that just the identification wasn't as, I would say, rigorous as it would have been.
Yeah, it looked like K2, but then after that, it stopped the decline.
You think Vicki may be able to add to that? I think maybe your
We saw a lot of struggle last year with them completing assessments, especially when they were having to complete the assessments virtually. A team of us went down to Lee County and helped them to do some of their assessments with their on-site students and their virtual students. It was very challenging for even those of us that do these assessments on a daily basis and deal with the data. It was really challenging with administering those assessments virtually because of lag in internet connection, because of students being in a room with someone else that you could obviously tell someone off screen was telling them the answers. So lots of different things like that were hindrances with some of those younger students in identifying, is this an accurate score? So that was, we expected that our numbers in that area would be a little lower this year. I was surprised when we came out that we served more students last year than the previous year overall. We know there's some targeted areas that now that we're kind of normalized somewhat as much as can be, and have some other positions in place. Like, for example, a lot of our schools that have digital options available for this year have put in the requirement of, yes, your student can go virtual, but we want to make every effort to bring the children on site to do face-to-face screening when possible, when it's safe. And so we look forward to this year that being a little better on that lower end, because we've put those steps into place.
Okay.
So I think that'll help.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you. And Vicki does a great job with monitoring data and supporting Regents in terms of this area. All right, so in terms of the CLSD grant, we're still going, because again, the one thing about our efforts are concerted, and this is helping literacy. We wanted to bring to you a real example of how the RISE initiative, the training, the sub-grants, and the supporting the regions manifests itself. And so we have here for you an example. We have Truman School District, and you see here that the students, and they received $150,000 over 2 years in the first sub-grant, I would say, period of time. And they made several purchases. They used it to put furniture in their library, around technology, books for students in classrooms. I mean, you see here, the students built and painted 2 mini libraries for the community. So that's what you see there. They improved, again, I said their middle school library space. They purchased books. And we wanted to just share how they're making sure that if students don't have, or families don't have access to books, they made sure they're doing their part to involve the community. I don't know, Amy, did I accurately do that? The first time I saw it, I was like, Amy, what is that? She's like, those are book boxes. Because I was like, I'm not sure what that is, but I thought it was such a great example of how we can change the landscape. We have changed the landscape of communities around literacy, and how our students are, and our staff are involved in the community. And so this is definitely a celebration.
That was their social media.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Amy helped me remember that. That was their social media post, to make sure that people knew that they had those book boxes in the community. So I know you've asked me a little bit about institutions of higher learning. And again, we know that their competencies are aligned, and that our aspiring teachers are learning about the science of reading, and they're coming out demonstrating proficiency through their assessment. But also, we want to we want to create or increase the interdependence with us and our institutions of higher education. And so we worked with Dr. Wendy Ferrone. The CLSD grant afforded us the opportunity for her to support them around disciplinary literacy and the science of reading. And we did that in the spring of 2021. 95% of our educator preparation programs participated, and that's a big success. And of course, we're wanting 100, and we're going to work toward that. In our next series, which you see, also will be around assessment and the science of reading. And that will be in the fall of 2022. And again, we always have ongoing supports around higher education. Again, our early childhood letters training is going to be provided for our EPP constituents. And that's just our effort to keep increasing and scaling the work around the RISE initiative.
I just want to add and really amplify this. For years people have asked, well, how do you get institutions of higher education to come on board? and you know, the graphic of the picture of the ocean liner, I mean, that's, you know, use whatever ship you want to use that's huge, like a aircraft carrier, but it really is. But, you know, I think where this is different is that it's actually the department, because of the licensure requirements, where we tell higher education programs, what do your graduates need to have to become licensed in the state of Arkansas? And I think that is, can't be overstated about that component of the influence that we can have so that this isn't a 10-year initiative. You know, we can see changes much more immediately, and that's where this team, the literacy team, and Carly's team with licensure, I mean, it just had a lot of people working on this, and partners like Dr. Ferrone, who, because she speaks in that same language that higher education folks understand. You know, sometimes the disconnect between K-12 and higher ed is real, has been real, but when you have someone of her expertise that can come and present to our higher education teams, it has really made a big difference.
It really has. It's significant. I've been in on a few dean's meetings, and I've really enjoyed it. It's like, okay, higher ed may be something I could do, but they've really responded well, and I think we're building great relationships. And again, I think sometimes you can't tell the difference between educator effectiveness and learning services, and that's what we want, because we're all together making sure that we're supporting, again, from birth all the way to adulthood, especially our aspiring teachers. We want to keep them in the profession. We don't want them to come out and be frustrated. We want them to know what it is that they're doing, or have a sense of that until they get to 25 or 28 in front of them, and then you know what supports you need. All right. Again, we are creating this sort of ecosystem of support. I guess I would call it that phrase. And when we think about that, we can't leave out our birth to age 5. And this $38 million grant, again, has afforded us an opportunity to partner with Arkansas's Imagination Library. And again, $2.2 million sub-granted to the Arkansas Imagination Library. And I'm gonna make sure I get her name right. We are working with Dr. Charlotte Parham. Did I say that right? Parham. And so she's helping us with that. But what we want to celebrate today, and the reason I wanted to put this here, is that we see that over 50,000 plus books are being distributed for a month for birth to 5. That is tremendous. And we think about goal 3, building a culture of reading, it's going to do that. Our children will be born knowing that books are important. They have things in them that can help me do things. It could help me have a great imagination, spark creativity. And so that's a huge accomplishment. And so we know 26% of our children in Arkansas birth to age 5 are getting books in their hand. And we're working on outreach in that area. We're going to keep striving until we get 100% of our kids having books read to them, and knowing that a book, even if they just make believe read, you know, you give a kid a book and they tear it up, you're like, hey, it's an expensive book, but they know books exist. And something else we're also proud of is that all Arkansas counties have participating affiliates. That's a major feat. And because of that, Dolly Parton is scheduled to visit Arkansas in May of 2022, because all of our counties, there's an affiliate there putting books into the hands of families for birth to age 5 to increase and build a culture of reading. And so I don't know about y'all, but I love Dolly Parton. One of my favorite songs is Traveling Through. When it comes on, people are like, you know that song? I'm like, absolutely. I listen to country music too. But so we're excited. I know Amy's excited, and all this will be coordinated. You know, it'll be a big deal. She's going to acknowledge and celebrate the phrase we have written down here is the pervasive adoption of her Imagination Library in the state. And so I think that does it justice. And so that's a big celebration for us, and we're excited about that. And just to give you a glimpse into how we are making sure that we are saturating the state and where we need to provide outreach, you see that the dark green indicates 61% of eligible children age birth to 5 are enrolled in receiving books. So where you see the dark green, we know 61% of the eligible students there. And again, we know we have outreach to make, but that's such a big celebration. And then you see the light green, which is the other extreme, indicates 15% or less of eligible children age birth to 5 are enrolled in receiving books. So as we think about this and we think about our outreach, which Brandon Waddell, Dr. Butler, and Amy all are attentive to, that we're going to, and again, in partnership with the Arkansas Imagination Library, Dr. Parham, we're going to continue and strive to turn this all dark green, right? So that's one of the ways we know that we're increasing the culture of reading. And as you know, there were several updates in legislation, again, which required us to add another layer of our work, which is around approving literacy curriculum programs. And that was, as you probably know it, as the Right to Read Act. And basically, by the 2021 school year, the division had to identify and create an approved list of materials, resources, and curriculum programs for public school districts and open enrollment public charter schools that are supported by the Science of Reading. And if I could say anything about the literacy team, I mean, they spent countless hours reviewing materials. I'm talking, this doesn't happen in an 8 to 5 setting. They spent lots of time. They were creative, especially Vicki. When I think about her, how she coordinated with having a document camera and on Zooms with people to help her. It was a tremendous effort, but one that we value, and we are glad that we are supporting high quality instructional materials for our teachers in our schools. But this was a tremendous effort, and we're continuing to scale this work. You see there, currently, we have a repository in K2 of 24 programs, 3-6-21, and 11 K2 reading intervention programs, and 13 dyslexia programs. And we're continuing to have review cycles. We are, I would say, scaling this work to include a national partner. I know you guys know Ed Reports. And so we are working with them to ensure that we have an Arkansas Ed Reports site that is codified, to meet all of our requirements, that it aligns to our academic standards, meets our Science of Reading expectations, and it gives our schools more options to choose materials and resources that are supported by the Science of Reading. So we're looking forward to that, and we'll have more information to come. I'm gonna push this along, I'm almost finished. All right, again, Pre-K Rise. We are embarking upon supporting our pre-K teachers across our state. Launchpad is a foundational program, and it's with really great reading. And we're supporting 840 classrooms in our first year, which is really 48% of all of our 4-year-old programs. And what we're focused on are target components that will support our pre-K students being ready for kindergarten. Again, around those components with like vocabulary, concepts of print, phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, and alphabet knowledge. And we know the earlier we can get them ready, the more successful they'll be in kindergarten. And we'll see lots of those numbers decline of students who need major interventions at each grade level. So we're supporting pre-K, and we'll continue, again, to grow that work and support more of our teachers across our programs. And again, we like to celebrate. I don't know if you guys have ever seen our summit celebrations, but we like to celebrate. Not only are we celebrating RISE School Awards, we're also embarking upon our RISE Community Awards. And I think this work is most indicative of the widespread effort around the RISE initiative. So the RISE Community Awards will function on a cohort basis, and that's where Brandon and Dr. Butler and Amy really have focused on marketing and material to support communities to see how they can participate. And so once they meet certain criteria, they will be recognized as a RISE community. And they will either get one of these 3 awards, bronze, silver, or gold, based on the criteria within that. And we do have a web page that explains all that. We have lots of materials to help school districts. But any community is welcome to participate. Currently, there are 8 communities onboarded. I think that's like tremendous. They're going to help us learn a lot about this process and how we can make sure that we are building models that could fit different communities. And we already have some of that entailed, because sometimes communities can say, well, we're a small community, what could we do? Well, there are lots of things that they can do to support literacy and become a RISE Community Award recipient. And so we have communities making that commitment, and I think that's very indicative of the widespread efforts around the RISE goals. And I'm about to wrap up, but I wanted to share with you, we did a study with Dr. Odegaard from the Tennessee Center for the Study and Treatment of Dyslexia from Middle Tennessee State University, and we learned a lot of things about our work around strengthening instruction. And we see what we learned from that study is basically that there is a positive correlation between teacher knowledge and student performance. And that is tremendous. And so the correlation lets us know that there's a relationship between the two. And we know that innately, but to ensure that we are steering that ocean liner in the right direction, it's always great to have these sort of statistical studies and support so that we can, number one, know what's working well, and then how do we grow this work so that we're ensuring that every student, whichever those you want to use, they're learning to read proficiently at each grade level. And so you see there, that's just sort of a little bit of narrative from our study. You see that classroom teachers who knew more about the English language had students who performed better on foundational literacy skills at the end of the school year. And that, to me, is good data, good information for us to keep moving forward with building our teacher knowledge. Another thing that we learned is that RISE training positively impacts teacher knowledge. Again, we know there's a relationship between the information gained of teachers. We gave a pre and a post test. You see educators correctly answer more of the questions on the knowledge test after completing the RISE training than they did before starting the training. So we're keeping our pulse on this. We're making sure that what we're doing is supporting the RISE initiative. And then I would say another thing that we learned is that educators who specialize in reading have a higher knowledge base. And we know that. We know if you spend lots of time with something, you're gonna get really great at it. We hope you do anyway. And that this supports really, when we think about our reading interventionists, and they have the highest levels of knowledge about our RISE training, about the science of reading, and they're supporting our schools, it lets us know that we have a knowledgeable body of reading specialists who are out supporting our teachers. And that's really important, that when you go into a school district and a teacher has a question, you have a knowledge base to support them. And if you don't, then you have other people around you who also have that knowledge base. Again, if I have a question probably about anything, I'm going to probably call Vicky and say, hey, I didn't know there was a blend. She will tell me yes. And I know QU threw me off the first time I encountered it. I said, hey, wait a minute, the sound and the way it looks, let me investigate that. Cool, right? And so those are the kinds of things when teachers say, is that a blend? What is that? So we're able to help them. So we did learn that. And so we're continuing to do studies to make sure that we are learning from our efforts and growing again the work. What are our next steps? Continued support. Our secretary said it's not going away, and so we're glad of that. We're going to continue to provide training, mentor teachers, give them all of the coaching supports that they need, continue professional development for our state specialists. We are embarking on the Writing Revolution, which really helps you to increase reading through writing. And they'll be writing about informational text. And so what's really unique about this training is that it's very different. Teachers get an hour and a half along with their specialist, and then they go back and implement for a month. Come back, talk about student work, talk about, hey, I need a little help here, get another hour and a half. Go back, implement, co-teach, support, however that needs to look. It's really what the teacher needs. and then they come back, student work with experiences. Hey, I have questions. That didn't quite work like I thought it was going to work. And so there'll be a total of 8 sessions spread out throughout the year where the teacher gets trained along with the specialists and they go back together and try it. That's true job embedded professional development. And so I'm really excited about this. And I think that it's going to make a difference for our teachers to have a partner and to really be able to look at student work, to be able to look at data, to really see if our kids are increasing their reading skills at each grade level. And then again, our SOAR grant we just talked about is going through another cycle. And then we just have our beautiful little logos there for you. And again, got to give Amy credit for the second, third, and fourth one. The first one was done by someone else, but we have an in-house graffitir. And I want to end with that we are really, again, working around HQIM. Our RISE team has developed a RISE newsletter. Do you mind giving me the folder? And I wanted to put the latest issue in your hand. And this one is all about oral language. And our target audience here are our families and our communities. And so we have done, this is the 7th issue. The first volume will be issues 1 through 6. And we're going to bound those and do a mass mail out so that people will actually have something in their hands. Technology is great, but it's also great to flip a page. And when something's around, I don't know, I'm at my house, sometimes I see something, I grab it and say, let me read it. So we're hopeful to, and I talk with our teacher center coordinators, they're going to help us get it out in their regions, into community spaces, to families. And so the RISE team, I want to give Alicia Atwood some recognition here. She's another graffitier. She did all the graphics in this. And I just want to point out, and I know you have it, you see there, it's welcome back to school. There are lots of little things in here that a family member or community stakeholder could focus their eyes on. I just want to highlight on the second page, you see along the right side where it says development of language skills and a few tips for parents. This shows the progression. Kids learn to listen first, then they speak, next they read, then they write. And I know that seems innate to some of us, but for some people they need this support to say, okay, they don't specialize in education. They're like, so should my kid be talking right now? What should come first? What's the continuum of oral language? So that'll support them. And the idea is that this may pop out as a bookmark and help them sort of, as they're, again, maybe using one of our Arkansas Imagination Library books, know what to expect from their students. And then on the very back, there's a calendar, which I think is really neat for September. On Sundays, there's Silly Sunday, Morphine Monday, Talk About It Tuesday, Word Wednesday, 3 Things Thursday, Funny Friday, and Synonym Saturday. But just lots of activities that families could do together with their students to build oral language. And as we know, if you understand the structure of language, you're able to communicate, whether that's orally or written. So we are doing lots of things around community to support. And I know I've been up here a long time. Stacey told me 20 minutes. I told her I don't know how I was going to get it all out in 20 minutes, but we did our very best. But anyway, there's also a video there. It's just an example of our bite-sized videos that we're providing for families. We try to make them 1.5 minutes or less. So I don't know if we have time to play it, but if not, that's there for you as well.
Newsletter is an excellent idea. I know our local district is pushing that newsletter out to their parents through Facebook, and so
great.
Yeah, so it's getting out to parents, you know. And if you the idea of bonding it, you know, I could see it being put in doctor's offices and different places around the community where a parent would just pick it up and thumb through it. So I think that's a great idea to reach parents and communities.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And we're going to keep working on those every month and getting those out. All right, I'm going to move it forward. Again, these are our 3 goals, and I'll just stop there and see if there are any other questions.
Anyone have a question for Dr. Pride? No? Well, thank you for your hard work, and tell your team how much we appreciate what you're doing for the students in Arkansas.
Thank you.
And that's the only thing we had to report.
Okay, all right. You're already reading my mind. You know that there are no public comments, and so unless anyone has anything else, I think we're adjourned.
Thank you.